put our money and efforts where our mouths were last week. So let us see how that is done. I listened to the leader of government business while giving her presentation with regard to the topic at hand. And I was very keen in the area that was addressed, which is the question of public perspective. And I agree that when interacting with people who tell you what they think you're doing and who tell you what ought to be done, you are forced to recognize that there is some distance between what is believed to be the objectives and activities of the upper house and what actually is mandated to be done. For example, the recent election of our next head of state. I was interacting with someone and the person asked me, well, why don't I have a vote for the president? I explained the difference between our system of government and what you have a vote for and what you don't have a vote for. And after the conversation, I believe there was some understanding, even if grudgingly, to our concept of a ceremonial head of state. But when people are educated and are getting the knowledge as to what they do from other sources, they believe a president is a president. So therefore, if you elect a President Trump and you have a president in Barbados, why is there not an election? So I agree with the leader of government business that education is important as to how we get the messaging, ethics, social media, less is more. We have to reach people where they are. A lesson I am yet still to master is that the person who is talking is responsible for what the person who is listening hears. And that's a hard lesson, but it is so true. Now, there was a time you turned on the TV and you had characters like Giggard and Boo, I believe, who were able to convey topical issues in a way that is related to everyone. But time has changed. I had a conversation with my mother up to last night about allowing my daughter to watch news. And my mother was saying, but when you used to watch news, you were able to go and argue certain points. And I didn't tell her, but in my mind, I was thinking, but news is so different now. News is so different than what you see. So the message and how we get across what we do is relevant, especially in the context of where we stand in 2025. I also listened to your presentation, Madam Deputy President, in relation to the concepts which the committee who dealt with the proposal that we are now discussing considered the position with regard to national MPs. And I do agree that there has been a conflation with the job of an MP with that of the government. But I believe that there has been a conflation of the roles. We have ministers who are seen to be front and center dealing with issues. Some career civil servants will say, but that's the job for the civil service. We have this conflation. We like to see, quote unquote, boots on our ministers while they're out there doing things in heavy rains. But is that the job for the minister? So the optics will get conflated. So people will pick up the phone and call the minister, and some will say that is what they should do, and call their MP. So I wish those who are involved in that the best of luck. A question that came to mind, though, was that given that there are now core differences between the findings of the PRC and the Thorne report, which position will be accepted? Both assert to have been the product of massive public consultation and engagement. Both assert to have canvassed the diaspora, they have utilized technology, and they have had public meetings and presentations made there too. And both have been paid for by taxpayers' dollars. So what do we do with these conflicting positions? And conflicting, well, let's put it this way. Thorne report says local assemblies, local government. The example given in these speeches this morning refer to calling someone to deal with a dead dog or garbage, falls within the concept of parochial. PRC speaks to national MPs. PRC, I believe, also has a top-down focus, let us restructure how the entire parliament is done, while the Thorne Commission has more of a bottom-up community action, local government. Now, at the outset, one is more expensive, where you talk about the cost of instituting a local government framework, while the PRC does, I believe, present a more attractive offer in terms of the short-term costs. But at the end of the day, we have two reports now, in addition to the Constitutional Reform Committee report, and the question is, what will be done in relation to these positions that have been put forward? What will be accepted? What will be rejected? What will be commingled? And what will be disregarded? Now let's get a little granular in terms of the report itself. I must say, Madam Deputy, the issue of the mace caught my eye, especially in the context of the election I just referred to. We are tasked with a new republic, although we are some 3 years in, and in creating our new customs and our new norms. So I agree wholeheartedly that the mace and its representation is something that we need to look at. And if I dare even suggest, ma'am, that you turn around and look behind you, those two chairs, from which the throne speech, representative of the king and queen, used to be given. These symbols of our past, we must consider carefully, and maybe not be too quick in throwing out all in an attempt to shape what we're doing going forward. Look at the glass windows. We have coat of arms and names of the persons who contributed. If we do research in those names, will we be happy or saddened? This is our parliament. It's our parliament now, but it comes from a place. And the historians would say, well, how far do you go in reshaping to create your new legacy? Second issue I want to address, Madam Deputy, is the age of the president. And I noted that there is no minimum age. It would seem somewhat incredulous, and some would say deliberately mischievous, to assert if there is no minimum age, then the president could be 10. Or we're saying that the minimum age is that of an adult. But I do agree with your assertion, ma'am, that it should carry some gravitas and seniority. And maybe that's a conservative perspective. Maybe. But at my age, ma'am, having had some experience in this thing called life, having a fully formed prefrontal cortex as such, I recognize that while youth brings a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, there is something to be said for experience. I'll leave it at that. The structure of the Senate. Increase in size, I see is proposed. And I note with interest the proposed representations which were listed: youth, elderly, LGBTQ, business, labor, etc. What's interesting, ma'am, about labels is that certainly from a legal context, I'm sure you will remember that labels actually tend to lead to a more restrictive interpretation. And for my part, allowing a wide discretion, as is currently set out in the Constitution, gives greater ability for the head of state to make the necessary appointments. Now, the issue of mandating that a head of state consult as opposed to act on the advice of certain parties outside of the Prime Minister and leader of the opposition is one which I will defer to my fellow Senator Nichols. But I believe that there should be a caution in mandating who our head of state seeks to act on the advice of. Secondly, utilizing wording which sets out certain categories to be considered, I believe would lead to a more restrictive position than it is currently stated, because as said, it is said, I'm referring to 36(4) of our Constitution, ma'am. 7 senators shall be appointed by the Governor General, our President, acting in his discretion by instrument under the public seal to represent religious, economic, or social interests. Now, these are quite right, ma'am, and I dare say that social interests can capture the definition of what is proposed. And it goes on, or such other interests as the Governor General considers ought to be represented. And then going on, that before appointing any person under this subsection, the Governor General shall consult such persons as in his discretion he considers can speak for those interests and ought to be consulted. So there already is a wide provision, and certainly recommendations can be made as to how that provision is to be exercised. But I believe that in setting out these parameters, we actually find ourselves reducing the ability to meet the needs that may confront the ceremonial head of state, ma'am. There may be a time where, as I believe you did indicate in the presentation, that due to a change in the nature of the cyber policy, you may need someone who has an interest in AI or matters related to computers. So for things like this, I believe less is more in terms of the discretion to meet the needs that present themselves, ma'am. I also think it's important, as one of those who was here from 2018 and whose tenure is coming to a close, to reflect on the work that was done by the independents. Those persons appointed under the same section I just referred to. And I think it's a testament, Madam Deputy, that in those unprecedented times, I believe the wording used in the report reflected the 2 general elections, unprecedented, that we found a situation where the Constitution, as it stood, allowed for the governance of the people to go forward, allowed for voices to be raised in criticism, allowed for the government to respond fiercely to defend its policy position, but allowed for the engagement of the public in a method that I believe contributed to validating our democracy. And I say that fiercely and proudly. When there was no opposition, Madam Deputy, I guess there was no one else to turn to for the government to express its ire with regard to voices raised expressing concern. As you said in your speech this morning, you should be allowed as a Senate to say, hey, this is a perspective that we have. Indeed, I, and along with the other members of the Independent Senator Caucus, have been accused of supporting the government too much and then accused of supporting the opposition too much. So I think we have done an excellent job by having the audacity of independence, which I believe was an article penned in 2020, where there was again a disagreement with regard to a position taken. How dare we? How dare we? But at the end of the day, the results speak for themselves. Government has been allowed to have its policy, questioning has been done, and the government, to its credit, when the public sentiment is there and the questioning has been validated, has modified its position. Our system worked. There's always room for improvement, but I think we can look back for the past 7 years and have a clear and present example of the functioning of the powers of Parliament, ma'am. Technology. I have spoken on this prior, ma'am, and the concept is we need to do more than we currently are. We learned some hard lessons in COVID. We were having meetings of various committees. We know the lower house allows for meetings to be done virtually. We need to amend our standing orders for us to meet as a Senate with restrictions so it's not abused in a virtual manner. That's a low-hanging fruit. I know Minister Reid is chomping at the bit to unleash his resources, and we'll have to probably restrain the enthusiasm, but we can certainly do more to allow the business of the people to continue unabated. Let us embrace the technology. I keep repeating it. We learned hard lessons when we had no choice. When we had no choice, we did what we have to do. Why are we reverting to the norm? I thought there was a new normal. Well, no, we're back. Return to office. We need to be able to embrace what we have learned. Those were hard lessons. Those were painful lessons. When we had the vote for the president, a member in the lower house appeared via Zoom. That was a serious occasion. Why can't we do it here in the Senate? I continue for that appeal, ma'am. Security. You spoke, ma'am, quite thoroughly on it, but I need to weigh in. And forgive the colloquial. Maybe we don't see it, but even as I look around the chamber, how are we protected? And you don't wait until something happens to say, oh shoot, you need protection. You gave the example of the coup in Trinidad. They didn't think that they needed it. How many persons, and I'm not invoking this, but I'm using it as an example, how many persons would it take to board this parliament? Excuse the colloquial expression. How many determined actors would it take? We are reactive as a society. We are seeing the seismic geopolitical shifts in our region. Do we wait until something happens? Right now we have a beloved and popular prime minister. What if that changes? What if someone is mandated by something other than public sentiment to do something, to put God out his thoughts to do something? We do not take the security, let me rephrase that. I do not believe that there is adequate security that is seen. I am not saying that we want balaclavas and machine guns, but clearly there has to be a balance with regard to what we currently have. We have a situation where if you're lucky, there is one policeman at the main gate and the sun is very hot, maybe they should have some area for the fellas, but you have the public traversing back and forth. We do not know what will happen, when it will happen, but we have to do more to consider. We take very good care of our AG, our Prime Minister, and I believe our President. But I have seen examples where other senior members of Parliament, after functions, are in need of assistance. And we do not want to wait until something happens to say, oh shoot, I should have, or we should have. I agree, ma'am, with the proposed question time, and I think it's an excellent initiative, not just for the Prime Minister, but I believe for ministers. Although we do have the provision to ask a question to a minister which goes on the order paper, and there it shall remain until Parliament is prorogued and it will think. I think the proposals as set out in Chapter 5 would be a welcome initiative. Again, I believe it should be expanded to ministers. I am not in agreement with the proposed public question time because in my mind, there is a question somewhat of overwhelming the bureaucracy of Parliament with the amount of questions that itself could raise. But I think it would be quite exciting to see the Prime Minister or ministers engage in one-on-one to questions being asked by members of either house. Some people also say, be careful what you wish for, because that then allows for a disparity with regard to intellectual capacity to be put on display for all and sundry, sorry. But I think it's a great example. Finally, on the granular level, ma'am, the Public Accounts Committee, which, you know, it's a game of who said what and who not doing what. Well, let's make it even simpler, milady. I almost call you milady, ma'am. I'm thinking myself in another place. Why not, ma'am, seeing that we have a leader of the opposition presently, but we have issues with regard to the Public Accounts Committee meeting for whatever reason, why not have it that the Public Accounts Committee shall meet and shall be constituted, validly constituted, once there is a quorum of its members, and mandate, as is done in other jurisdictions, for marshals to compel attendance. Then we'll get it done. We also had the situation in the past where persons were not attending so as to constitute the Public Accounts Committee. We can make them attend. We also need to have the ability to properly summons witness to Public Accounts Committee so that they are not able to defy it, as have been done in the past. Give the Public Accounts Committee the teeth it needs to do the job. And if there is no person responsible who is convening the meeting, have it so that the members are convened by the marshals, a vote taken as to the majority, that person sit as chair, and therefore the committee can go on with its business. For too long, Public Accounts Committee has remained a tool which, honestly, I did not see it action save for when, it did action in the period, it did meet in the period that I just described, Mara, from 2018, and it did seek to do something. I think it's a pity and it's a lost opportunity for both the government and the opposition to do the governance of Barbados. Those 7 areas, Madam Deputy, were what I wish to focus on, but I wish to end by thanking yourself and the other members of the committee, as well as the clerks of Parliament who supported, for a thankless job. And I did not attend, I did not make any contributions, and we all know that we all have our different obligations. But when I tell you I understand that it's a thankless task, I understand it's a thankless task, but I want to publicly thank yourself and the other members who have made the contribution, and hopefully aspects of it will be taken up for the betterment of the Parliament and the people of Barbados. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boyce. Speakers, please. Good afternoon. Speakers, please. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. This legislation does not recommend, in my view, anything which is earth-shattering or difficult to understand or to relate to. And I suppose at the end of, at the end of the day, what is recommended doesn't, in a lot of cases, make any fundamental changes in how we operate as it is. So perhaps we can say the Westminster system, which basically is what we have based our procedures on, seems to be working reasonably well for us. And I think that one of the things that what you could suppose be some fundamental changes would be the makeup of the Senate. In that, in terms of the Senate, it is now proposing to increase the members of the Senate, to reduce the number of independent senators appointed by the president in his or her own right. And I have no great difficulty with that. I have always felt that the Senate should be representative of the various activities which constitute the society. I think that we should have representation, obviously, for labor, for the business community, and all the various other, for the young people, and so on and so forth. And I think that in the past governors generals, the president currently, have all attempted to appoint independent senators that in some way is reflective of those various activities in the society. But if the proposal is to make it a more more a fixed kind of arrangement, then so be it. I have no difficulty with that. I think that one of the things which I didn't see considered, maybe I missed it, but at the end of the day, I was wondering if it was at all possible that overall the Senate could be more reflective of the voting patterns of the electorate. Not suggesting, so don't get up and accuse me, but not suggesting proportionate representation, but at least something which is more reflective of the voter patterns. So if you look at, let's say, the voting patterns since independence, for example, you have had situations where one party may end up winning, 27 seats, and the other party 3 seats. And yet, at the end of the day, when you look over all the elections over that time, there isn't always a significant difference between the total votes cast for the winning party and the total votes cast for the opposition. And if you look back, you see that the winning party would perhaps get 52% of the votes, the losing party perhaps 42%, that sort of thing. But yet, Of course, because we use the first past the post system, one side could end up with, nearly all the seats. And just wondering if is that really reflective of, that is definitely not reflective of what the voting population would have voted for. And so I'm just wondering if maybe it couldn't have been possible to look or to consider how you could sort of make that adjustment to be a little more reflective of the overall voting patterns in the community. Madam President, I think you made the point, and like you, I would agree that I would have preferred to see, in the case of the election of the president, a one-time 7-year, say, term for the president. And also, I totally agree with the idea that we should be looking among persons of I don't want to say senior, but but an age of, I didn't necessarily want to pull a number, but let's say of age over 60. And my reasoning is very similar to yours, because I would not wish to see that you elect a young president, for example. After 7 years, the president is still maybe in the late 50s or early 60s. And then they have to maybe looking around to find some sort of employment to keep them employed until they reach a real retirement age. And we have to make sure that we treat our presidents with that kind of dignity that is avoided. And while I'm on that subject, Madam President, Acting President, I would just like also to say something about past presidents and past prime ministers. And basically, it is this. I don't know that we really always treat them with the level of respect that they are deserving of, having gone through the office of Prime Minister or President. I've seen situations where a past Prime Ministers, and going to a function, we sort of ended up together in the car park. And, the past Prime Minister having to, look around for somewhere to park, for somewhere to park. The security didn't even know who the individual was. And I think that perhaps it is time that we consider that for their lives, that some level of, that we look at some other things of making sure that we put in place that when they need to be transported, especially for official functions and so on, that, they are accorded, they are accorded security and so on. And, that they be treated with the level of respect and dignity which is befitting of the office which they have held. And it doesn't matter who it is. You may not have liked a particular prime minister or a particular president, but the point is that one has got to recognize the office and have the respect for the office and treat it with the level of dignity for which it is deserving. Another area I just wanted to look at mention, of course, was made of the provision for a subvention for political parties. And obviously, I agree there has to be some conditionalities attached. You can't just set up a reluctant to say a fly-by-night political party and then expect to get 250,000 or 300,000 or whatever the subvention is. But the point, the point is, I think it is necessary. I think as long as it is a properly functioning political party and making some meaningful contribution, they should all be, and of course, having had representatives in Parliament, they should be entitled to the subvention. But while I'm on that subject in terms of financing of political parties, one of the things that I would really like to see is that there's a requirement for disclosure. Requirement for disclosure by the private sector, by the business community, in their annual reports and accounts of contributions to political parties, whether it be in kind, whether it be in cash. And I think too often we may be wrong, but there's always that belief that if a particular private sector company or individual makes political contributions, that there's some expectation that they are going to be rewarded by way of, contracts or special treatment when it comes to services. And so I would like to think that we need, in this day and age, to be able to get over that issue, to be able to create that level of transparency which gives the public a little more confidence and trust in our elections, and that we would see that not as trying to eliminate or dissuade personnel or companies from making contributions, but that they will see it as their public good, and they may see it as good governance if they have to disclose such contributions to political parties. And that is not anything new. In other countries, certainly in some other countries, it is a requirement. And
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. Senator Nurse, please continue.
just moving on, the Public Accounts Committee, I believe it was mentioned here as well. But one of the things I would have liked to see is if there's any way of reconstituting that committee, which makes it possible or compulsory perhaps that this committee meets on a regular basis. And I am not into anything about it didn't meet, or all I am saying is, how can we, as we move forward, try to get this Public Accounts Committee to be more functional? I think it is a key and important committee, and it needs to be able to work. I remember in 2018, when there was a new administration in place, one of the things we found is that we couldn't, or most days the Public Accounts Committee wanted to meet, you couldn't get a quorum. We agreed to change that to allow persons being present by way of Zoom. But there was a stipulation that there had to be at least 3 members physically present. And you know, Mr. President, even with that change, we couldn't get three members to turn up. I remember several Fridays, because the committee tended to meet on Fridays, where I would turn up and the chairman would turn up, and we would sit there until for about an hour, hour and a half, and we couldn't get one more person so that we could get the 3 people required to be to carry on the work of the committee. And I don't know if there's an easy answer to it, but certainly I would have thought that there could have been some recommendations which could have made that committee's work more assured. And I think that in line with that, the Auditor General, who is also in a way a part of that whole committee, I think we should, I know that in the management, the new Finance Management Act, which was recently in 2020, I think it was, 2019, you know, we sort of upped somewhat the powers of the Auditor General, but yet we see every year the same comments virtually, the same reports. You can't get responses on a timely basis. You can't get, you want to issue his report, but you know, you send it off to a particular ministry and they don't respond until after he decides, well, I have to issue my report, and then you suddenly get some sort of response. But it has to be, I think, a little more rigorous, and the Auditor General needs to be able to enforce the rules so as to get the people's work done and to make meaningful reports. And don't, after he issues a report and then somebody accuse him of he didn't ask for a report, or he didn't get a report from us or a comment from us. And we have to be able to get over that and get that committee functioning as a very important part of our parliamentary system. The other thing I would just like to touch on is that as independent senators, we on this side always, and I believe the opposition suffers from it as well, we get the legislation, we get the bills, which are going to be debated, but we really don't have any support. I suppose as the government members, you may be privy to the cabinet briefs or whatever, which helps you to understand. But there's some legislation which can be technical and which really would require us as independent centers being able to consult with maybe some legal specialist or technical person to better understand what the legislation is and to make, more meaningful debate and comments. I know on a few occasions we have had a situation where a bill was about to be debated and the Attorney General would come in and give a little briefing to help us along in our understanding. But obviously that's not a job for the Attorney General, and maybe a more structured system where we have someone or someone's assigned from the CPP office or somewhere that we can connect to and consult and be able to get some of the answers on issues which we would like to raise before we actually come here to debate. And so, as I said, Mr. President, those are just a few of the little comments I wanted to make. I don't find anything, as I said, earth-shattering about the recommendations. I don't think that there's going to be any substantial or changes to how we operate. And I would just trust that as we move forward, that whatever additional changes we agree to eventually when the various legislations come, that it will all assist in making us a more efficient and more modern and up-to-date Parliament. And with those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Reverend Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand to join this, I almost said debate, it sounds like a discussion to me, but to make my contribution to this resolution that is before us. Sir, when the Deputy President spoke and she quoted her Latin, I said to her at the break that having explained it, she could have taken her seat because in those few words were encapsulated the whole idea of this discussion that we are having. And because of that, sir, I want to say that I stand proud today in this honorable chamber to support or to make my views known on some of the recommendations by the commission. Sir, do you realize that this Parliament has existed for almost 400 years, and only 74 of those years were used to benefit the majority of the Barbadian population, out of nearly 400. I think next year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of universal adult suffrage. And I hope we can have a massive celebration because in my view, as I have said before, that is the greatest thing that happened in Barbadian history. So I've listened, I'm on 2 call-in programs. I listened here this morning as well, and I heard over and over that we needed to have a Republican constitution first before we have changes to the type of government and before we can declare ourselves a republic. So that is not true. It's not true. Because, first of all, we have to define what we mean by republic or by Republican. And those of us who would have done a little political philosophy would know full well that Thomas Hobbes, you know full well that Thomas Hobbes advocated for a Leviathan, a strong leader, a devilish leader, an arbitrary leader. And John Locke went the opposite direction. He preferred, sir, a more democratic system, or what you call the Republican system, where if the government does not act in the interest of the population is free to remove them, and you will realize, sir, that theory of John Locke influenced a number of revolutions and republic setups of a number of countries in the Western Hemisphere, particularly in the Caribbean. The next thing that I've constantly had to address was the fact that we should have gone to a republic first, have a constitution and then say that we're a republic. In so doing, Barbados would have been the first country in the world that has ever done that. There's no country, sir, that has ever had a Republican constitution and then declared itself a republic. Not even the great United States, sir. They were ruled after they ousted the British. They were ruled by what we call the Articles of Confederation, and they never had a constitution until 1787. They never had a constitution until 1787. France, you know when France had its final constitution? 1958. Haiti, that we love so much, its final constitution, sir, 1817, having been declared independent on January 1st, 1804. We know the Americans won their war in 1876. So wherever you go through Latin America, you will find, and all those places that had what we say, that term republic, they all had a constitution coming very late. As a matter of fact, Mexico was going at theirs up to as far as 1923. So Barbados is in no unique place or did anything wrong and calling ourselves a republic. In my view, we went republic since we became independent. That's my view. So what we have here before us today, sir, are recommendations, or a summary of recommendations made by the people of Barbados. And that is what is important to me. That previously we had no say. We could not even determine what government we wanted. The people of Barbados made this is a report. Sir, there are certain things I like in it. For example, when I read through it, I can see all through it the mechanisms for protection of democracy, and I'm going to get to that a little later. I like the idea of an independent speaker, sir, and I think that in itself is even more democratic. Having read on this issue, I like the idea of national MP, sir, because look at our situation. I believe that sometimes there's a lot of talent in this country that will want to make its contribution, or the people who want to make their contribution to national development. But sometimes you go and expose yourself like that, and you know, we know how what it's like on an electoral campaign and all of that. And I feel, sir, that there are persons in this country who can make this country, who can make their contribution to this country in many forms. And if so desiring, I believe that they should be included in they should be included. I do not support quotas, sir. I believe in a system running like this. You know, sir, if they had all female senators in here and I was the only male, I would feel comfortable. Do you realize, sir?
Yeah, sure. Not them though.
Not them. Not them. I would feel very comfortable if I had all females in here and I was the only male.
Senator, the question is, were they? Huh? The question would be, were they?
That one I can't tell you, sir. I can't tell you that one. But I have every belief they would, sir. I have every belief they would.
I'm sure as well.
Sir. But if you look at the population of Barbados, there are more females than males, you know. There are more females than males. There are more females in almost every institution in Barbados than males. Even in terms of constituency branches, there are more females than males. And it is easy. Suppose all the females in Barbados in every branch decide that they're going to support a female. Then we have almost a female parliament. But there was an issue, sir, I read in a book by Dale O'Leary. It is called The Gender Agenda, in which she attended the 1984 Women Conference in Beijing. And that whole issue of quota for females came up. And it was adopted, I think, by Brown's University, in which if a particular discipline did not have 10% females, that it would have to go. And I'm sure, sir, that it happened to the football team, and for a while, Brown University did not have a football team because there were not 10% females in football. So sometimes we have to let the system work itself out, as opposed to trying to install quotas. Sir, I read a book by Walter Brueggemann. It is called In God We Trust. And he believes, sir, like I do, in large governments, in large cabinets, because the smaller the government, the smaller the cabinet, there's a tendency to be more corrupt. That is his view. But when we examine, sir, today's world, and so many issues to deal with, so many areas to cover. So about, was it, Mr. 10? Not 10, because I was just the other day. 20 years ago, we did not need a minister for the environment. We did not need anything about climate. There were so many things, but now they are here. And we need them. And I believe, so the thing is that some of these areas are so massive that you cannot even adjoin them to another ministry. So I believe in large government. I believe in a large cabinet. Fixed date for election, sir. I was surprised, to be quite honest with you, in hearing that coming from the presenter for the opposition,
Who's not in his seat,
right? Who's not in the seat at the moment.
as usual.
But I was surprised in hearing that coming. I'm sure all of us in here are familiar of the times that we went over the date or the prescribed time in which we should call elections. By far, in fact, it happened more than once. What happened, sir, those of us, I was not here in 2018, but I read everything that came through, that there were people up and down, marching up and down this country, asking the government to resign and to call elections, which the government did. And now they are up and down marching again, calling on the government to call elections because of something they disagree with, the same thing, the legislation. So to come now and tell me that we want fixed dates goes, you know, the effects can go both ways. So if you're telling me that we need fixed dates, then wait till election, the time for elections, and don't walk up and down the place. Okay? Sir, I'm more interested though in the system of government or the type of government. And what I believe, sir, is we talk about republic, we talk about all of these things. I prefer, sir, and I'm sure that you know that this does not originate with me, but I believe, sir, in covenant, not Republican, not communist, no, I believe, sir, in covenant. With all that is happening in our society, sir, and I'm sure that you know, sir, as I said, I'm a disciple of Jonathan Sachs. And you probably know who else as well. But I believe that the time has come for us to move beyond the language of law into the language of moral imagination. We are seeing a number of changes in our society. Things that are here now were never there before. Things that we have to deal with now, we didn't have to deal with before. We talk about the crime rate. We talk about the value system. And I believe, sir, that that time has come. Because Hobbes, Locke, Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau, all of them, sir, propose social contract. All of them propose social contract. These are legal, they're transactional, and they're conditional. I do not pretend to be a lawyer, sir. But what if we, or what if the renewal of our societies cannot be found in contracts alone? What if we can consider values both at the political and at the civil levels? What if the deeper glue of civic trust lies in something older, something richer, and something more binding? And I speak, sir, of covenant. Covenant. A covenant, sir, is different from a contract. I may be entering some grounds that are not, I didn't study in terms of law, but I did the mother and father of all disciplines, that is history and theology. Economics and maths, and them came later. But a contract, in my view, is a mutual exchange of goods or services. It is transactional, it is about self-interest. You do X, I do Y. If you fail, I withdraw. Contracts are enforceable by law, and it ends with the terms when the terms are fulfilled. No, I'm not saying that they are not essential, because contracts protect rights, they regulate markets, enable cooperation among strangers. But in my view, they are no longer enough to sustain a society. We're talking about education reform. We're talking now about climate. All of these things are with us. And I believe the type of government that we need, one that will address these areas from a covenantal perspective. We need, as well in this society, that moral bond. A bond that is not identified by interests, but it is about identity. It is about promise made not for advantage, but for belonging. I believe, sir, that even in terms of our system and type of government, we need a covenantal approach. In our politics, we need that. You know, sometimes sir, we put a lot of trust in systems, but we don't trust one another. We don't trust one another. And everybody, I'm sorry, not everybody, a lot of people in this country are crying out about their rights, and their rights. But how many of us talk about our responsibilities? We have laws, and we make laws in Parliament. But there's no loyalty. If we continue like this, sir, our societies will become more and more polarized. If we apply covenant to politics, so we will see that we can rebuild in terms of governance, and not just politics, in terms of governance. We have shared narratives, not just related interests. Our citizens, our politicians, those of us in Parliament, would all be co-authors of the national story, not just consumers of services. Covenant, sir, is not about what I get, but what I give. How do we apply this to things like education? These are the things that I feel we need to look at. We can move from curriculum delivery to character formation. We complain about the crime in the society. Let us do something about it. The system of government that we apply. Teachers should not be just employees, government employees. They should be moral exemplars. Students are not just students or clients. They are citizens in training. Schools become covenantal communities where values are lived, not just taught. The system. And as we're here debating or discussing this report, sir, you know how I know that this report goes along that line? Because when I look at it, sir, it talks about accountability procedures. Accountability procedures. Right down from the progress reports on legislation, regulations committee, question time, prime minister's question on the paper. All of these is about being accountable. And that is what covenant calls us to do. I can go on and talk about justice, climate justice. I can talk about all of these things. But in my view, this report speaks more to a covenant than a contract. And, sir, I would want to support the recommendations there. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Reverend Morrison. Senator Maladon.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I guess I approach this maybe the same way, but maybe differently to others have approached it. My question would be, based upon my limited experience, now coming up to 4 years, as being a member of this Senate, where have there been areas that I thought we could do better, and therefore, in the parliamentary reform, where the areas would be that I would think that I could make a more valuable contribution or be more useful to the people if these areas of friction were removed. And I only really had 4 in my mind. But before I get there, I would be remiss if I did not comment, first of all, with how our last speaker and our deputy president, how they started. I have to say that I don't necessarily agree. Perhaps I also would disagree with Senator Boyce. He refers to some of the things of our colonial past. So it's not a big issue to me, but I just want to give a different perspective that sometimes maybe I can give. I believe in about 4 weeks we will celebrate 59 years of independence, or 59 years. The chorus of our national anthem, I will not attempt to sing it. I was told by my music teacher at Harrison College that I should just move my lips, nothing should come out. That was the best. But towards the end of the chorus, if I will read the whole chorus. We loyal sons and daughters all do hereby make it known. These fields and hills beyond recall are now our very own. We write our names on history page with expectations great. Strict guardians of our heritage and firm craftsmen of our faith. Sir, those words mean something to me. And I don't think that erasing the symbols or the whatever of our past is ever going to change it. We must be strict guardians of that history. Recognize it for what it was, as painful as it might be. But now, after 59 years, we must be firm craftsmen of our faith. And this Parliamentary Review Commission is doing exactly that. We want to be the firm craftsmen of where we're going. This honourable chamber, the other one, they have served us well in many ways, but their time has passed, so now we change it. But to change it doesn't mean to throw it out. So just as that was a bit of an aside to me, because I really wanted to say 4 things. The 4 things, sir, that I found were difficult for me as a senator in here. Number 1, remote attendance. I'm glad to see that that is addressed. I think that I agree completely with the comments made around, and I believe it's in the report. A quorum is a quorum. But once you have a quorum with people physically present, others should be able to join remotely and contribute. I travel a lot in my work, and many times I regret that I am not here and I have something to contribute, but I'm not able to do so. So I'm pleased for that. Second thing that I think would have helped me and will help me in the future is the availability of some resources to help with some research and so on. You know, we have to do it all on our own, and I am not a lawyer, and I don't have a team that can do that. But I luckily, some people do help me, but it would be great for others, other independent senators, other senators to have. This is a big job that we do, and it takes a lot of research sometimes, and having some help would be great. The third area that I would point to is the consolidated laws. That is mentioned in the report. And sir, that is of great trouble to me. Sometimes I really don't know how to read it, because you read the original law and then there are 3 or 4 amendments and you got to try and overlay it, and you can never quite get it right. And so I'm really glad to see that they've recognized in this report that that is really important. And of course, I doubt it would be called the Malalou Amendment, Madam Deputy President, but I'm very glad to see that there is recognition that there could be, coming from somewhere other than the government side, reasonable proposals that should be debated within a reasonable amount of time and considered. If we are going to be an inclusive group, I think we should do that, and I appreciate what is there. So I will end, sir, with my comments, though, by asking a question. Throughout this document, there is lots of reference to integrity and the need to build that into the review that we have. And sir, I'm disappointed that on the 16th of August, 2023, we debated and passed a landmark piece of legislation called the Integrity in Public Life legislation that addresses many of these weaknesses that the Parliamentary Review Commission have identified. But we passed that on the 16th of August, 2023. And to my knowledge, I have seen no evidence of any implementation of that law. And therefore, I will just end my comments today in support. I thought this was an excellent report, congratulating all those people who contributed to it. Like Senator Boyce, I was a spectator to it. I did not contribute, because I think there are some very, very smart people who have, and I appreciate all the work that they have done. But I would end with a question, which is, when will we see the Integrity in Public Life 2023 Act passed on the 16th of August 2023? When might we start to see that being implemented? With those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Malalou. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I too, like senators before me, would like to congratulate the committee for the work that they've done. There are a number of things that sit extremely well with me, but I'm going to touch on 3 things which I believe are linked when you really take a deeper dive and you look at them. One is going to be the ability to have dual citizenship in order to be in these chambers and to do things like that. Also, the ability to have overseas voting, and also the final thing, a fixed date of election. And I believe that these 3 things, when we look at them, have heavy dependency on where they go. Now, as we seek to improve parliamentary procedures and other things like that, the ability for people in the diaspora to vote oftentimes is met with queries and comments that speak to people basically like myself, who would have been born elsewhere but have Barbadian citizenship. The conversations very seldom take into consideration the persons who were actually born in Barbados but took up residencies in other places and have therefore also dual citizenship. It would be, in my mind, disadvantageous to them if we were to continue for any long amount of time, with them not having the ability to be part of the electoral process. Our diaspora is wide. They contribute to the island. We oftentimes, when we come in here, you hear people talk about remittances and all the other things. Even with the regathering, we've been reaching out to the diaspora, looking for persons with particular skills, particular knowledge sets, and different things that help us with national development. And then at the same time, there are some quarters who would want to suggest that these persons can contribute in all of these other ways except when it comes to voting. And I can tell you, sir, from just experience and talking to people in the diaspora where you travel, that many of those persons have the interest of Barbados just as much as anyone who lives here. You know, they're always checking in with the news, they're checking in with the families, they're trying to understand how things are going in the island. And I believe that this is something that at some point in time we're going to have to seriously look at. Now, I understand that this report, and like anything else in life, too much change at a rapid pace will cause problems. We know that. But I think this is a magnificent start for us to begin to rectify some of the problems that have plagued us for a long time. I also noticed that in the minority comments, our very own Senator Thompson made the point, which I would want to support, that difficulties in getting things set up to accommodate overseas voting should not be the premise upon which we seem to blanket out altogether. You know, with the technology, there are so many solutions that are available to us these days that really what it would take is more will than anything else to get that done. And like I said before, I know from having constant contact with persons in the diaspora that there are many people across the globe who, if given the opportunity to vote, will want to take it. The other part of that coin, which a lot of people don't pay a lot of attention to, is again, because we have these people living in different jurisdictions, having different experiences in their lives, their perspective of looking at Barbados is completely different to ours who lives here. Because we measure everything just by the 166 square miles within which we live and the things that we encounter on a daily basis. Imagine if you have the perspective and the knowledge of a person who lives somewhere else when it comes to voting, and they have a broader perspective as to how they will vote based on the fact that they have knowledge, obviously, that we don't have, again, from the experiences they've gained in the places where they live. I think you can only be better for having that kind of expanded base. And oftentimes, a lot of us are still stuck in the place where you hear all the time, especially when elections come around. You hear people say things to suggest that, oh, my grandfather was a this, or my grandmother was a this, and so therefore I am a this. And it tells you that sometimes there is no real analysis of what is actually happening, but people just almost operate on rote. That this is how I vote based on not looking at what is happening around me, not where the country is going, but on a preference based on my grandparents. Now, for me, that, sir, is really a dangerous place to be and a dangerous place to go. We've not, knock on wood, have any problems associated with that I can think of. Well, I can think of one, but I won't speak about that. But all I would say is that you need wider perspectives. And I believe that the diaspora, it is a place that would give us that perspective. And then I come now to the fixed date for elections. This might be very difficult for a number of people to understand or to even accept, but I believe that human beings, for as long as I've been alive, have shown that they like a certain amount of predictability. They thrive when things are predictable. And I'll just make the point by asking all the members in here, how would you feel coming to Senate and every week it changes? The date change, time change, or you'll be doing something else and then all of a sudden you get a phone call and say you gotta come to Senate. No. There's no predictability in it. And it creates chaos. And I believe that it is something, and like I said before, I go back to my original point, you have to do things gradually as you go through life. But this is going to be something that we're seriously going to have to look at. Because at the end of the day, and I want all and sundry to listen and to hear me loud and clear, at the end of the day, governance is not a game. It is not a game. And the persons who suffer the most when there's no predictability in it is the general public. Businesses, workers, I mean, the list goes on and on. And if we are not prepared to get to a point where we are more mature about how we view these things as a people, not as politicians, but as a people, we're going to be constantly fighting the mindset that is out there, oftentimes in the general public, that this thing is, and I can use Bayesian parlance here, mock sport. And it is not. Because every single minister, every single senator, every single person who works within this parliamentary thing comes to work every single day with one thing on mind, at top of mind, I should say, and that is, how do I contribute to making the lives of the people in my country better? Unfortunately, for a lot of us, Hollywood has tainted everything about politics. And so when people watch movies and they see all these things about corruption and all these things, then you get everybody wanting to label everyone as one thing. But the one thing that I know, and I can say it safely here, again, having looked at eyes with a different kind of eyes, you know, regardless of what political party is in Barbados, this is 166 square miles. Almost everybody knows everybody. So I'm not one of those persons who believe that people will purposely come to a place and decide that, hey, you know what? This morning I wake up, what's it I'm going to do? You know what? I'm going to do everything to mash up Barbados. It doesn't make sense. We got people walking around and on social media and other things in this country right now suggesting every single day that everything that senators coming here to pass or the government coming here to pass is designed specifically to cause people stress, gloom and doom and disaster. And when trust is eroded in the system and in the people who put themselves out there to be a part of that system, the consequences, as far as I can see and as far as I know for my 61 years on this planet, has never been good. Has never been good. And so it is important that when we look at this report and the recommendations that have been made, and I go back again to the point I made very early, I understand that we can't do too much change too rapidly, but you have to seriously keep a number of these things which we haven't seen fit to support at this point in time. We have to keep them top of mind as we go forward with this process. Life in itself is not stagnant. There's always going to be change. There are always going to be better ways that we can do things. But again, I don't want to be long or to press on to this particular point, but I believe these three things are linked in a way, because there's no way that you can have voting overseas and elections are being called ad hoc like that, because the persons in the diaspora have lives to live and they have to be able to prepare and to know when this is going to happen. So with those few words, sir, I want to say that I support, and I really do, again, congratulate all of the members who took time out of their schedules to work on this committee. And I hope that Barbadians would take the time out to read this report and to continue to comment on it as we go forward. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too would like to express my sadness, as it were, about what has happened in our fellow CARICOM state, Jamaica. And my heart goes out to the people there. I will be making my own contribution, sir, and I call on us, all of us, to do the same. But there's hope. Mr. President, I have to start by congratulating the Deputy President of the Senate, specifically among all the commissioners who did this extensive work. One cannot help but notice that wherever there's a minority opinion, Senator Thompson's name appeared. And it speaks to the fact that she paid particular attention to all that was happening. I watched a few of them, and I noted that in particular areas, she, particularly representing the Parliament in terms of certain matters which we'll come to, she was almost adamant. But that wasn't isolated to representing members of Parliament. I thought that she did an excellent job, and her contribution this morning explained how versed she was in the matter. She wasn't sleeping. So, Senator Thompson, congrats. Sir, I want to start with a minority opinion. And the minority opinion regarding the office of president was that there should be a minimum age of 60 years old. I support that minority opinion. I believe that Senator Thompson this morning spoke about what would happen possibly if a younger president was appointed and after the compulsory retirement, you ended up being 47. or 48, and you were scrambling around looking for a job, I think that it makes more sense to have a minimum age of 60, so that at minimum at retirement, you would have reached the normal age of pension in Barbados. I think also that a single 7-year term of office, which is also minority opinion, makes more sense. My eyes haven't been opened a bit, than having 2 terms of 4 years. But I say that now, sir, that my eyes have been opened. I noticed that, to the Commission's credit, they have strongly recommended that the President should have independent legal counsel. And I think that, sir, is absolutely necessary. It is not expected, I believe, that every president will be capable of navigating all the legal challenges and have all the experience of the first president. And I believe that government would be well placed to provide the president with independent legal counsel. So I want to mention something that aches, but is pleasurable. It relates to crossing the floor. Barbadians, yes, Barbadians have, when it suits them, complain that when an MP crosses the floor, they should have to have a by-election. And that view is still held by some. But I'm pleased that the Commission does not share that view. I think the public at the next round of elections will decide whether the MP is worthy, sir, of being re-elected. And I think I support that position. Government, sir, you will recall, has held the view that the age for entering the Senate should be lowered from 21 to 18. And the Commission is a view and it's a position that I support. And I believe, sir, that the Parliamentary Reform Commission has now done its work. And I can publicly say again that I support that position. So I'm glad to see, sir, that the Commission also agrees that it should be lowered to 18 and should be open to all Barbadians. Sir, I noticed that the Commission has now ventured into an aspect of openness by suggesting or recommending that we should have question time. What a wonderful opportunity, sir. It should be really good, sir, to have a Prime Minister's question time, whoever the Prime Minister might be. So the Prime Minister could be asked appropriate questions and will give appropriate answers. And ministers, sir, and leaders of government business might not escape if the Commission has its way. I would be rather pleased about that, sir. And time limits will be set to answer questions, particularly about matters on the order paper. Sir, the Clerk of Parliament, or the structure of Parliament and the recognition of the work of Parliament, of the Clerk of Parliament, who the Commission has agreed would be called the CEO, and they've recommended that the Clerk of Parliament, not necessarily this Clerk of Parliament, and should be graded in the public service as S1, which is the same grade as a permanent secretary. It's a special grade, and if you look at the workload of the Clerk of Parliament, then I think it's appropriate. But they've also suggested that since the Clerk of Parliament and the Deputy Clerk of Parliament are lawyers and have specialist experience in parliamentary matters, they should also be considered for appointment as senior counsel. And I think that is positive. Sir, the reform of the pension arrangements for parliamentarians is always a matter that the public sometimes have agitated about, and particularly the age at which parliamentarians are pensionable. And I'm pleased to see that the Commission recommends that the age should be raised to 60. I do not believe there'll be any public objections to that by anyone. It brings it, sir, pretty close to the age for most of us of 67. Of course, sir, there are changes also suggested to provide pension for parliamentarians generally, and that includes senators, sir. But it would require a change in the legal definition of who is a legislator. And that point is made quite clear. So if that change is made, there will be further discussion and debate, I believe, about how it will be done. Sir, importantly, there's no one in this chamber yet under age 21. So most of the persons here, if I average the age in this chamber, it will be close to, I believe, 50 or over. And as you approach the 40th birthday, health insurance, sir, becomes more important. And I couldn't help but notice that the Commission recommended that there should be some type of private health insurance for parliamentarians and former parliamentarians. It is not free, but it's contributory. To what extent one's contributions will be, I do not know, but it is good that we are at least thinking that way. Sir, I had hoped that I would have seen similar consideration for the post of the head of state. Maybe somewhere unwritten is considered and already being done. Last, sir, I want to speak a little bit about the section that deals with specific compensation. And sir, I am interested in that section because it speaks to what is really a death benefit. But there's a glaring omission, and probably one that could be easily corrected. It provides her for benefits for different categories of parliamentarians and senior civil servants who unfortunately demise. But where one is not married and you do not have a spouse, not a wife or husband, a spouse. And I think it's really important that the word spouse is inserted. In today's world, sir, it is important that the word spouse and not wife is there. So if you don't have a spouse or children, there are no benefits. But sir, that parliamentarian might be supporting his mother or his brother who is disabled. His little brother, he might be the sole person provided for his little brother, or she might be the sole person provided for the little sister, who she's always looked after. And I think there needs to be consideration that that section should probably, if possible, be reconsidered. This, sir, is on page 37, and it's in the executive summary 77F. Sorry, 77G. 77G. And it says, no benefit to be paid where deceased has no spouse or children. There are many of us, sir, who support family members exclusively who are not a spouse or a child. And when the breadwinner goes, that person is left on their own. And sir, with those few words, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Maynard. Senator Tate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just wish to deal briefly with a few points that arose from my perusal of the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission of 2024. I enjoyed and appreciated the presentation by Senator Thompson. She filled in a lot of the blanks that would have been a result of not knowing certain things. So for that, I appreciate her presentation this morning. I wanted to specifically make reference, Mr. President, to the recommendation as it relates to the Clerk of Parliament. I'm happy that the Commission saw it fit to address what they refer to, and I quote, an incongruity which needed to be remedied. That's at page 128 of the report. In this report, and sir, if you don't mind, even though everybody has had sight of the report and might have read it, I'd like to put certain things on the record. So if you don't mind, sir, I'm going to be quoting from certain parts of the report. Mr. President, on page 127 of the report, at paragraph 7.25, it reads, and I'd like to quote, in addition, there can be no doubt of the seniority and level of responsibility of the holder of the office of Clerk of Parliament, who has oversight of the sittings and functioning of both houses of Parliament, the smooth function of sittings, supporting the work of the legislature, providing an effective liaison with the executive, leadership and management of the staff of Parliament, the management of and accountability for the Parliament's budget, relationships, with the CPA and other parliaments, and in recent times, full points to the Commission for this one. The leadership of major construction, i.e. foremen on the site, my words, redevelopment and maintenance projects at the east and west wings of Parliament. That's a lot, and it continues to blow my mind, and it is noted here, and I would like to make reference now to paragraph 7.26. It is the recommendation of the Commission that the Clerk of Parliament should be at the level of Permanent Secretary or S1. Yes, I know that Senator Thompson made reference to that this morning. The nature, complexity, and responsibility of the role warrants such a level. Further, the Clerk of Parliament is the Chief Administrator of one of the three branches of government. No, this part here, Mr. President. Both the Cabinet Secretary and the Registrar of the Supreme Court, who are chief administrators of the executive and the judiciary, respectively, are already at the level of S1. The incongruity should be remedied. If I may, Mr. President, and I know I don't have to sell anything because the commission is making what I think is an appropriate recommendation, but I would like to just put on record, for those who don't know, I certainly had to do some research. The current Clerk of Parliament was the Deputy Clerk from the year 1999 to 2002. From 2002 to 2008, he became the Acting Clerk of Parliament, and from 2008 to the present, he has been the Clerk of Parliament. So in all, that's like 26 years. So he far surpasses the requirement for senior counsel, which I believe, if it is still that way, it's after 10 years you can be considered for senior counsel. So that makes sense as well, that he should be recommended and should already, if I may dare say so, be a senior counsel. Because you will recall, I'm going to say you will recall, that at the opening ceremony at the recent 68th, I think it was, conference of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Secretary General of the CPA, Mr. Stephen Twigg, personally mentioned and called out the Clerk of Parliament for all of his work and all that he did for the conference and beyond and before that, because I have heard from other colleagues who've had the benefit of attending these CPA conferences overseas when they are allowed to travel, you know, those persons who have that privilege, that the Clerk of Parliament is well respected and appreciated in that realm. So the fact that the commission is there is a good thing, I would say. It's about time. I hope it is sooner rather than later that the Clerk of Parliament is duly recognized for his work, his tenure, and he receives his silk. I wanted to say that for the record. I move on now, Mr. President, to something that well, there is a section in this document called, sir, on page 150, benefits of Prime Minister and former Prime Ministers. Now at paragraph 8.24 at page 149 of the report, the report speaks to the level of, and I quote, the level of responsibility and complexity of the position, the high demands of the job, the expectations of the public, and the long hours worked. That was used to describe and to discuss the whole issue of the compensation of the Prime Minister. Now, Mr. President, you may or may not be aware, I am one who has been constantly saying in this chamber from day one that the senators of Barbados were not remunerated properly. Nobody in this chamber, as far as I'm concerned, without knowing your business, isn't here to make money. But at the same time, I believe Senator Thompson mentioned the caliber of persons that are in this Senate, what they could be doing other than service. I think it was the leader of government business who spoke to service and coming to the chamber and giving of their best. And the quality of persons in the chamber dictate and demand that what is currently being paid to senators, frankly, is a joke. I was receiving more money as chairman of the NCF than I'm receiving as a senator in Barbados. Again, you don't do it for the money. But if you look at the table of precedence, though, a chairman of a statutory board is lower on the totem pole than the senator. And I believe that senators are higher than backbenchers on the table of precedence. Now, all who know me from the first session, I've been talking about this. The fact that there has been recognition of the work of the senators and that there's going to be an increase if there's a an amendment to be named, I will take the Tate law. I can take it, because I was talking about it ever since, from day one. You cannot want people to govern and put them in a position where they cannot govern without being stressed. It's not fair, it's not reasonable. It is not fair, it's not, and we in here do not joke. When this government ready, you could get here at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it is only because we can't go to 3 o'clock in the morning that we stop. Well, not quite, but it is very possible to be here from 11 to 11. And we are not, we've done it. We have done it till my back gave out and I was out for 2 weeks. I have a cushion, sir. We have done it. This chamber works, and I heard you, Madam Deputy President, make reference to the fact, and I was quite chuffed about it. We sent back legislation to the House this morning, So, and it's not to be belligerent and to be difficult and to be obnoxious, it's because if it won't send it back, it won't send it back. That's what we're supposed to do, that's what we do. We are the upper house. The mindset of our people has to get beyond, you're not paying for governance. I have said it before. You do not balk at a CEO of a private company getting $50,000 a month, but you have no difficulty, a senator who is passing legislation, doing work, looking at legislation that has 300 sections easy and test schedules. Which one am I referring to? Okay. NIS, how long was that? And it was still repeated, we had to do it again. Mr. President, we have to get past that little myopic foolishness. We are governing, and to be quite frank, you have to put your legislators in a position where, and I'm not by any stretch of the imagination suggesting that this will happen, but you have to take temptation away from people. You have to make it okay for them to serve, mind their families, and help constituents, and still be able not to have to borrow money to go to St. Lucia for a week. It is not making sense. So this looks like it's a good start, and I am happy to see that finally it is somewhere written, senators are for real, especially the last 2 sessions, if I may say so myself. Okay. The other thing we have to check for and don't have a problem with, and stop talking about how much money people make. I would like to know how much money this is that everybody's talking about. I think the challenge is that we've had real people. So, we had a prime minister. Let me put on my glasses. The late Prime Minister of Barbados, the late Professor, the Right Honorable Owen Seymour Arthur. It was not unusual to see that man shopping in Supercenter with Mr. John Williams. That was a thing. That was normal. And in Supercenter, and it was, and that was not, and he putting his hand to the shelf. It was a nice, so he was just pushing each other walking. He was part of the process. Yet, I remember when we did the tribute for the late Sir Lloyd, and Senator Thompson shared with us that she had to intervene on his behalf with some type of traffic parking issue. A former prime minister, yeah, not you, don't, oh, sorry, who recording? Yeah, you, were you it? Yeah, okay, sir. So I am happy to see that the Commission has made provision not only for Prime Minister, but former Prime Ministers. You can't be butting about if you had the awesome responsibility. I don't mean awesome as in fabulous, awesome, big enough responsibility of governing a country. And considerable, okay, there's my English lesson for the afternoon. And not only governing, but sacrificing, somebody used that word today, I think it was Senator Cummings, your time, your family. She said she cried. And funny enough, I related. Because you're frightened, you don't know, and she really didn't know. Because if she knew, she would have said no, or maybe not. So, you have to allow for persons, and the thing is, nobody is saying, if I don't get it, I'm not gonna serve. They're serving anyway. Respect people. So I understand why there would be a provision, and I commended the commission. I don't know if it's everything. I heard what Senator Maynard said, that they might need to look at some areas with persons who don't have spouse, who don't have children, but may have another significant member of the family that might need assistance, and they may need to look at that. I get that, and I hope that that happens. Benefits of Prime Minister and former Prime Ministers. And the references, sir, medical insurance, I am quoting from page 150, out-of-pocket health expenses, and I'm just referring to the broad headings. And the former prime ministers are to get pension benefits, spouse's pension, and I would dare say they could perhaps look at something else rather than just spouse. Security, medical expenses, research assistant, vehicle, and police orderly. You see, security, sir, these days security is more important than ever in our little island. But we tend to walk around and rub shoulders because that's who we are. But security is now real, and it's necessary for the protection of persons who served. And I'm happy that that is included. You have medical expenses, you have a research assistant, because we in Barbados, for the most part, do not bring people to serve, or we don't have people who served that were inky-dinky, INKY-DINKY. We have people who, even in retirement, still have a contribution that could be made. So a research assistant makes sense. A vehicle, of course, and a police orderly. There is no prime minister that should be butting about to park. So this makes sense. My question, and I hope it will be answered, is I see the benefits of prime minister and former prime ministers. I see provision being made for the leader of the opposition, etc. I'm not seeing any provision, though, for the president, Mr. I can finish your sentence and then. I don't see anything for the president. I expect that it will happen, or that it was discussed, or it's going to happen. But because you've given me a document that is silent on it, it would be remiss of me if I didn't question it, ask about it, because I know that this commission has the capability of dealing with things holistically. So I believe that Senator Thompson wishes to rise on. What's the point of? Oh, Mr. President, there's a point, sort of. Make your point so I can say, and you can speak, please.
Yes, Senator Thompson, what do you raise?
Sir, with the permission of the Honourable Senator, I will raise on a point of elucidation.
Certainly.
I agree with the Honourable Senator in relation to the actual crafting of the report, and assure the Senate that the matter of the remuneration or benefits package of the former presidents was discussed extensively. Now, there is already legislation in place that defines a package for a former president. We did, however, develop a framework that was similar to that which former prime ministers would enjoy. We expected that the categories are going to be very small, but somehow the language did not get included, and we have to admit an error. It is now something that we would have to contemplate, whether we should send a letter to say, to the cabinet to say, we have noticed in the final document that this particular recommendation did not have the language in that we had chosen, and therefore we want to put it on record. But it really was the intention not to omit former presidents from a package that befitted the dignity of the office and gave them an entirely similar package to that which we anticipated or which we were recommended for former prime ministers. And it was not intended to be a partisan approach or anything of the sort. We felt that we needed to treat former heads of state and former heads of government with a level of courtesy and respect befitting the office that they held, and that it was the responsibility of the taxpayers and the state not to have other people come at somebody to give them a park and all of that kind of nonsense. So I really want to assure the Honourable Senator that it was not an intentional exclusion, that insofar as the language did not capture the details, it really was our intention, which would now have to be corrected. And there are one or two other minor points which may come up during the course of the day, but I wouldn't want to speak to them outside of the presence of the chairman of the commission, because clearly, well, we are no longer functus, and it would really be his responsibility now to initiate a meeting and the appropriate letters to see these things amended.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Please continue, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must say that I am happy that that has gone on the record, even though I'm not surprised by the response, Mr. President, based on how this document has been drafted. I do hope that you get it sorted. Time is a-ticking. So that, I believe, Mr. President, that, Mr. President, that would complete my submission, now that I've had clarity on that one thing. And I will thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me this time to address this report. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Tate, and it's a pleasure to see you on your feet. Great progress. Senator Tripp.
President, honorable senators, I start by saying that reform, as we've agreed today, should be about people, and it should make their lives better. It should help them feel connected, ultimately, to the decisions that affect them. The leader of government business earlier said that a lot of people feel disconnected from Parliament and the things that happen in this chamber and the other place, and it really is true. A lot of times, whether it be on social media or just in discussion with my peers or even just persons who are close by, it really takes a bit of time to share and explain to persons processes or justifications behind decisions, or even who is responsible for what has been said before. And so I take this opportunity to commend the committee on the report of the commission, on the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission in 2024, because there's a lot of work to be done in terms of reform so that it renews the trust of democracy, as across the world concerns are raised about voter apathy. And so at the heart of what we are doing today, as noted by many persons, is really about making democracy better and improving on it. And so one of the things I want to touch on, and indeed what I will touch on entirely, is shaping a democracy that is inclusive by design, because as I went through the report, that is what I saw come out in many instances. I felt like there was a promise that we were trying to bring it a lot closer to persons, and that we were trying to welcome more voices into democracy in a system that traditionally, based on our colonial past, has in many ways said that only few should speak. When we achieved universal adult suffrage in 1951, it changed the lives of persons, ordinary men and women, who had never been asked what they wanted, who, because there were legal barriers that separated them from power. And so it belonged not just to property owners or to capital, but it belonged to workers and laborers, the backbone of the Barbadian economy. And so it really opened the doors of democracy for everybody. But it did not stop there, and suffrage had to be only the beginning, because a vote does not automatically mean that people feel as if they are being heard and being listened to. And so today, many persons still try to place themselves within the conversations that we have to figure out if we really know what their lives look like. The leader of government business mentioned that many persons speak about persons in this chamber and the other place without any knowledge or regard for where we've come from, who we are, what we do, and why we are here. And so when people do not see themselves reflected in power, it becomes harder for them to trust, to believe in the system, and it should concern us, not because, as some might try to have you believe, that our democracy is failing, but because it means that we are ready to evolve. As a post-colonial society, systems didn't simply disappear because we raised the broken trident. It requires something a lot more purposeful and intentional. And so parliamentary reform is not just about technical amendments. It is a national opportunity to bring power closer to the average Barbadian. And so on the scale of the consultations that were allowed and that presented Barbadians with a chance to give feedback, to share, to give recommendations, and to be involved in the process, there should be so much commendation for that. And so every Barbadian must know that Parliament is not simply about laws and lofty ideas, but really for them. There are a couple of things that stood out to me, and I think it's really only 4. One of that was the office of the chaplain. And there were calls for it to be abolished, but the commission in the report noted that the role should remain. And the reality is that faith, regardless of what you believe, grounds us. However, the commission also noted that the chaplain has been from traditionally established Christian denominations. And while this may never have been intended to exclude, ultimately, that is what it has done. And so I was pleased in the same way that I was pleased when we adopted the stance of national multi-faith services that invited Barbadians from various backgrounds to celebrate at independence and at other occasions, to see that there is a suggestion that we include persons of other faiths and invite chaplains of other denominations, allowing all Barbadians not to believe that their faith is somehow just limited to outside these walls, but that it also belongs here. When we are inclusive by design, we have to embrace the fullness of who we are, and not just the parts that history glorified or elevated. And so if we are to design governance systems that includes every Barbadian, we have to examine our traditions, because exclusion sometimes hides itself in normalcy. And so the question to us is, does this parliament reflect the spiritual diversity of the people it serves? And if not, then our duty is to act, and the commission encourages us to do so. And so I 100% support that recommendation. Mr. President, the other thing that stood out to me, and you know, this chamber is by nature of what it does a serious place. But I asked the House to indulge me just a moment for a brief quiz. 2 truths and a lie. Which one is true? Globally, women remain underrepresented. Which one is a lie? Globally, women remain underrepresented in political leadership. In Barbados, women make up more than half our population. And with a female prime minister, deputy prime minister, and director of public prosecutions, we have achieved gender equality. We have achieved gender equality in political leadership. And the reality is that representation, while at the top is symbolic, it has not translated to parity all across the system. At present, there are 8 women, if I count correctly, in the lower house, and of 30, and 7 in the Senate, with none sitting on the opposition benches, I wish to note. These numbers remind us that while we have come a long way and made much progress in Barbados, the path to full inclusion, that 30%, it still eludes us. And the truth, therefore, is that women remain underrepresented in the nation's decision-making spaces, not because they are unwilling or unable to lead, but because the system still carries traces of a past not designed with them in mind. And oftentimes when you have this conversation, persons poo-poo it does not exist, it is not true, and those different things. But this is also the truth. Women lead in so many different areas. They hold families together. I've said that in previous debate. They support our children's education, care for elders, and they're often the backbones of our political parties working tirelessly behind the scenes. But oftentimes, we see much less women offered as candidates in elections than we see men, and even less elected to serve. And so, one of the things that pops up when we do political programming with one of the NGOs I work with and we speak to women in politics are concerns about things like how they are viewed, the skepticism, the judgment, and the scrutiny. We know that in 2018, the question was, are we even ready for a female prime minister? They're also held to higher standards and measured by harsher rules. Politics, which we often describe as a dirty game by the general public and other persons, becomes unforgiving for women. Their appearance is dissected, tone is analyzed. Am I smiling enough? Am I kind enough? Are my clothes loose enough? Are they too tight? Do I dress up too much? Is my hair well kept? The list goes on and on and on. Their private lives are pried open and dissected in public. In some instances, we've had people refer to whether or not the woman has children or can bear children, as if motherhood is some qualification for public life or to have a right to speak. And the reality is that oftentimes our male counterparts are not held to the same standard. And because we know that women are the head of the households in many instances, single parents, taking care of parents, all of these different things, many of them ought not to enter the game because it requires too much of them personally. It requires that their children be questioned because every misstep is magnified, every success diminished. And so many capable women choose to opt out, not because they lacked interest, but to be quite honest, it is invasive and exhausting, and why would I do that to my children or to my family? And so these are the kind of things that they consider. And these are not official barriers. They're not written in stone, set in law, but because of traditional biases, gender stereotypes, and culture, we find it to be consistent. And these kind of things oftentimes make women feel like politics, elective politics, and serving at the fore is not for them. And this is why the Commission's recommendation on gender norms forces us to confront not whether or not women can lead, because we already demonstrate that we can, but whether or not our structures and systems have evolved enough to let us lead in this place. And being inclusive by design means looking honestly at our systems and admitting that equal opportunity on paper does not always produce equal participation in practice. And it means asking the hard questions, particularly of political parties, about how we recruit candidates, how we mentor emerging leaders, and how we define what leadership looks like. I believe strongly that political parties have a responsibility to reflect the people they seek to represent. And therefore, no political party in Barbados, the reality is, should struggle to find women to field as candidates to contest elections. Not in a country where we know that women excel and do so and without limitation across every sector. The question is not whether the talents exist, It is whether or not political parties are interested in honing and engaging with this talent. It is also not enough to place women in seats or field them as candidates in seats where you know they will lose. Placing them in seats without support, knowing that campaign finance is one thing that women have raised continuously, that studies show continuously that women are disadvantaged by as compared to their male counterparts, is disingenuous. And it is not enough to encourage them to run without equipping them to succeed. That is not the point. It furthers no goal. It ticks a box. It does nothing else for our democracy. The data is clear. Women face additional and different challenges to their male counterparts, particularly with financing, visibility, and access to political networks. And so it means that political parties have to intentionally address these barriers through things like mentorship, through fair placements, through funding, and through sustained institutional backing. And so I believe in the purposeful inclusion of women, structured and conscious. And this responsibility does not simply exist with political parties. All of us must demand more and demand better, because representation matters. And so, to be quite honest, there is a tension in me between two truths. The need for systemic interventions to move the needle forward, and the reality that maybe there is a need for organic leadership. And so I stand torn in the direction of progress, because what is worse, acting intentionally to include women or waiting for a system built long ago to finally make space for women? And so while I believe fully that women stand on their own merit and that there are enough women in Barbados to offer themselves as candidates, I equally believe and understand why quotas are proposed and supported. And this is not the first country for quotas to be proposed in. They've been implemented in other jurisdictions with success, and we see the success. And so I wish when we think about quotas to recognize quotas as a bridge and not the final destination. The idea that we do not currently have the culture, I should say, of inclusion in a meaningful way in many spaces. And I don't believe that it should simply be left to the whims and fancies of any one person or any few people. And so it requires us to intentionally act, and once again, inclusion by design, because history has shown us that sometimes progress does not happen on its own, but it requires us to actually implement it into our structures. And so we know that when women's perspectives are added and they shape laws, we see better and possibly smarter social policy. Mr. President, as we reflect on what inclusive governance means, gender is not all. And so when we talk about political parties as the primary engine of our democracy, it is also important to consider young people, our elders, persons with disabilities, and urban communities alike. I believe that we have and we've seen an active effort to create a more inclusive society. And so it's not enough for persons to have access to the polls, but not access to the process. And it's not enough for them to be able to vote, but not be engaged in platforms and campaigns and institutions where ideas are shaped and policy is made. And I go back to the fact that I have seen time and time again in recent that they are being included. But I also wonder, how far are we willing to go, and can we go to ensure it's not just a one-off thing, and in this instance? The other thing is that we have to confront an uncomfortable contradiction that we have. The way our laws and traditions simultaneously empower and limit our young people. In Barbados, the age of consent is 16. You can leave school at 16, drive, and vote at 18. And in almost every other respect, the law recognizes that between 16 and 18, young people can make serious decisions for themselves, by themselves. The law gives young people, young Barbadians, the right to control their future. Yet for some reason, and for the longest while, and some persons debate this, political eligibility happens at 21, as if there's some magical political awakening at 21. And to be quite honest, it's not true. Mr. President, the idea is so outdated. It assumes that 18 young people don't really have any issues. What all young people stressed for and worried about? What mental health issues y'all could have? You happy living at home with your parents? It assumes that we have not lived enough life. We have not seen a star pitched. We have not paid our dues to society. And so we have to wait in line and wait our turn. But at 18, young people navigate real pressures: cost of living, access to education, employment, housing, and having mental strain. We know this. We see the statistics. These are not abstract issues. These are daily experiences that young people face. And the truth is that at 30, Mr. President, my priorities are very different from that of my younger brother who's 25. It's also different from 18, I wish, from 18-year-old Roshana. Anyone who knew me at 18 can see how I have evolved. And obviously, now I think about things like rent instead of going to school. There's a difference in how I consume information. There's a difference in how I interact with information. And sometimes I need certain things broken down to me by persons who are even younger than I am because I don't understand it. And I don't try to speak on behalf of those who are younger than I am, particularly because I know that once, like I said, my view of the world is a bit different from theirs, in the same way that my mother's view of the world is different to mine. And so the generational diversity is something that we miss oftentimes. When I was appointed to this chamber, I remember persons asking, what's she know? She's so young. They felt like they could find someone else who was older, more experienced than I was. Oftentimes, I've been the youngest person in the room to serve in certain capacities, and I know what it feels like for persons to believe as though you do not belong there because you have not carried the weight of the world on your shoulders. You have not had children or paid off a mortgage and all of those other things. Yet, we live in the same society. We face the same challenges and contribute many times in the same way that persons who are older have, and it is counted for less. The recommendation by the Commission to reduce the age of eligibility is one that I believe should be supported and implemented, particularly because I remember the national discourse previously when a senator was proposed at 18, a young man who, when you speak to him, kind of leaves you a bit in awe because of the way he thinks. He tracks national events. He has Excel sheets when it comes to things of social policy and economics, things that many persons older than him do not, or do not even grasp, are not interested and do not grasp. And so why is it that age is somehow a determinant on my capacity when in reality, if I work hard, if I understand, if I have the capability, I should not be barred? Because like I said, it is the contradiction that we can do everything except offer ourselves for office and be appointed. And so the Commission's support of youth national MPs is one that I agree with. I believe that oftentimes youth voices are left out of spaces such as this. An independent senator and youth senator representing young people's interests in the Senate Those are things that bring our democracy closer to young people. Understanding that oftentimes, and it was said in here, you know, the experience that you needed to be president. And one of the things that I think about is the job description of the president and what the president does. And why should someone, if they have contributed and if they have the capacity and capability to serve in that role, should they not be afforded that or allowed to do so? If they accept the role, let them figure out what happens once they demit office. In the same way that when our superstar, our national hero, was recommended, people were aghast at the idea that this young woman who has taken Barbados leaps and bounds, who is known everywhere in every nook and cranny, there's not one person I think that may not know her. And if they do, I'm not certain how that is possible, but they were aghast at that suggestion. And she continues to fly the flag with distinction. We act as though, and I remember one of the questions that popped up was, what if she does something? None of our other national heroes have done anything of concern. And I think oftentimes we attempt to hold people to exceptional standards, particularly young people, without keeping in mind that mistakes happen and none of us can cast a stone. And so, by design means that we need a system that welcomes young people as partners. It means that they're not apprentices in the waiting. We cannot continue to ask them to be invested in our democracy and interested in our democracy and then treat them as an afterthought. And so I'm grateful to be able to stand in this place and to make this contribution as a young person. When we invite them into governance, we do not lose experience. We gain imagination, we gain continuity. For example, Mr. President, when you go to drive, the driver does not sit in the driver's seat. The instructor for the entire time, he sits on the passenger side and allows for you to take the wheel and to get that experience. And so this recommendation of the report does the same. The last thing, well, the second last, is that I like the recommendation of the child care facilities at Parliament. And I like that recommendation because we talk a lot about work-life balance, but Parliament doesn't offer that if you spend late nights here and you're unable to participate in family life. And so the infrastructure to assist with the balance of family life is important. The recommendation to establish a child care facility is practical. Leadership and caregiving are not opposite. I should not have to choose. If we do not expect parents, especially mothers, to choose between nurturing their children and contributing to the country, then this is essential and it reflects the same progressive spirit as the Family Leave Bill, which speaks to paternity leave as well as extended maternity leave. And so we can't punish persons for dealing with real life. And leadership does not mean that you get to neglect, or neither does it negate your role to serve as a parent or caregiver. And if we are seeking diversity in governance, then parents should not be forced to step back because the system does not accommodate this or makes it more difficult on their children. The last thing I want to say is that continuously we've heard complaints or concern raised about the people of Barbados being asked to work longer and the extension of the retirement age. And so I want to support the increase of the pensionable age 60 as the National Insurance Scheme pensionable age for Barbadians stands at 67. This is different and it's inherited from a different time, but increasing it is in step with fairness. And it makes Barbadians feel that the same burden that they have been asked to carry, that those who are responsible for their democracy and those who lead will carry the same burden. If we expect, and if the public is expected to embrace longer working lives, in the name of sustainability, then leaders cannot be seen as exempt from the same principle. We must not only make laws, but we also have to model them. And so I welcome this recommendation. Mr. President, as I started, I mentioned that I was talking a lot about inclusion by design. And these are particular things within the report that I believe represents this, a purposeful and intentional move towards Parliament being more engaging for persons. As I close, I want to say that we have to continue to commit to education. The Honorable Senator mentioned maybe creating another website where videos could be shared. And I think that we've created a lot of websites. And we always have Instagram pages because we enjoy using technology to engage younger people and more people. I think the time has come for us to take information to people and not ask them to go anywhere else for information. It does not work. And so, if reform teaches us anything, it is that our democracy cannot stand still. It has to be fit for purpose. It has to be more engaging. It has to reach people where they are and capture their interests. And so it allows for us to say who is missing when we look around, who may feel unseen and who may feel unheard, and ensure that people do not feel like that in Barbados anymore, because this is a Barbados for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Tripp. Speakers? Senator Paris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to make a brief submission this evening on 2 points. And I will start first to speak about education training for parliamentarians. In 2003, I think that this training is important. In 2003, when I first came to the Senate, it was like, oh dear, what am I going to do? And I got training. It was no formal training. I know that the Clerk of Parliament, when we first come to the Senate, they give us a little session. But thankfully, on that occasion, I was guided by the late Dame Patricia Simmons. May she rest in peace. I often use some of the things that she taught me, and I'm able to share them with my colleagues, senators. So this training would expose new parliamentarians to how they are supposed to conduct themselves in this setting. It will tell them the difference between cabinet and the parliament. It gives them information that they can use, where they can go to get information. So I look forward, Mr. President, to this training for new parliamentarians, giving them all the tools so that they can be effective in carrying out their duties, know where to go to look for information, how to do research and stuff like that. The other thing that I want to speak about that I noticed that is here is provision for the national MPs. I am in favor, I support this for national MPs, because when a person from the community wants assistance, they do not have to think, well, I am going into a DLP office, or I'm going into a DLP, they might not give it to me. The national MPs are there to serve and would be there to serve and assist you without being political. It would also take some of the pressure off the parliamentarians. You are able to receive what you are in need of quickly, because the national MPs are there to serve you. So I want to say that I support these two, the national MPs and the training for new members of parliament. I want to also use this opportunity to congratulate and to thank the members of this commission for the hard work that they have done. Madam Deputy President, I thank you for your presentation this morning, and I think that you should be given the opportunity, you should volunteer your services to give this information to communities. I know you would do it in the churches, so I want to thank you very much for your hard work. Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Paris. Senator Dr. Mulroney.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to perhaps begin where Senator Paris ended by also as well congratulating all of the members of the PRC for their work. Mr. President, I believe that the work of the PRC and certainly the work ongoing in the Constitutional Reform Commission as well is work that is critical. Perhaps, Mr. President, it is one of the most critical pieces, those two, of how as a society we intend to meet the challenge of how we make sure that our processes within our parliamentary system and within our constitution meet the necessary standard for transparency, inclusion, and how we treat to our relationship with citizens. I also, Mr. President, want to reiterate the indication or the philosophical position that was taken by Madam Deputy President when she started her presentation, that we ought to couch the recommendations that are here and the discussion in a larger context, not just by themselves, they are important, but the overarching context that they stand as a critical, that they stand as a critical kind of plank in the decolonization process. That as a country that is still relatively a new republic, that to have this nature of reform is part of that ongoing process as we continue to mature as a republic. That this parliament would have passed the 1661 Slave Code, which ushered in the most comprehensive piece of legislation on slavery, particularly for the African colonies. It means that we have a legacy that we need to be able to continually repudiate. And it is not just only about being here, Mr. President. It's not just only about the passage of new legislation, but it's also about ensuring that the processes, the procedures about, as I said before, how we treat to our citizens, inclusion, fairness, and equity are also as well continually reformed. Mr. President, I think I have said a few times that I worked for a long time in the nonprofit sector. I spent much of my formative years within that sector. And I did so because of a very strong belief and ethos that people mattered and that we had to make a concerted effort to make sure that people were included in policies and in government processes. So, Mr. President, I say that I have been involved in leading quite a few. I can count them out. There's only on one hand, Mr. President, a number of what we would call demonstrations against governments of the day, and not political demonstrations, but demonstrations that were about saying to government that we needed a hearing, that people needed to be heard. I remember in St. Lucia, when we were negotiating the Economic Partnership Agreement, and we were able to bring about 5,000 people together, civil society, in the Derek Walcott Square from right across the region, in order not to demonstrate against the government, but to be able to say to those that were negotiating that agreement, that farmers, that women, we had farmers who took boats to get their women who came off their farms, etc., all to be there to be able to say that we need a listening ear and that there were important things that they wanted to see attended to. And very often, Mr. President, the political process needs to do better at ensuring that people and ordinary people are able to influence processes and that they feel like they're being heard. So that even outside of the political representation, we have to continually strive to have a process in which people themselves directly feel that they can have that level of interface and that there's some level of accountability. And I want to again congratulate the Commission for this work, because certainly, as Madam Deputy President would have spoken to, I believe that the recommendations around the question times are extremely important and extremely critical. And certainly I endorse all of them, Mr. President. I heard the concern around whether certain aspects can overwhelm the system, and I say let it overwhelm. I say that without apology, because again, I go back to that base principle that people have to be heard, and that we have to make as many opportunities as we can for people to be heard. I note that within the recommendations, that yes, we have to work out the structure, we have to make sure that they're done in appropriate ways, but I believe that we need to be able to stretch ourselves and have the necessary protocols. The issue of parliamentary reform, Mr. President, is not new. Academic debate has been rife around this issue. And one of the things that the academic debate has been about, not just only the what of the reform, but the how. How do we make sure that the recommendations move from paper to actually being implemented? And I say that when it comes to those issues of question times, when it comes to how we make sure that we move those voices from just out in the open and into a space, that it means then that we have to make sure that we have the correct procedures in order for those recommendations to be implemented and implemented well, and that there's some level of accountability. But Mr. President, as well, if we look across the globe, this question of parliamentary reform and even constitutional reform is one that is, I would say, re-emerging. Like I said, academic debate, this issue has been up for quite some time. When I was at the University of the West Indies, certainly looking at the Caribbean governance systems and what was happening there, the need for reform was one of the things that we continually engaged. But right across the world, I think that we now have a particular kind of context again, which is making the need for reform and discussions around reform more acute. In the post-COVID environment, certainly, there has been a growing level of distrust around government and how government operates, what governments say, what politicians say. And again, we see academic pointing to the need for governments to be able to respond to that level of mistrust. And again, calling for reform, calling as well for governments to be more responsive and to be more open and to listen. But one of the other impulses as well is also about how do we have reforms that allow us to not only respond to the present, but also as well to the future. Given the consistent flux that we have going on, given the need to make sure that we can build strong institutions that respond to the change, to respond to the movement, to respond to the flux, there is debate about how do we build strong institutions. Mr. President, in the UK and in France, we see governments, again, traditionally strong governments, that are now going through their own particular levels of turbulence. In the UK, Mr. President, I note that, and I don't know how many of us recognize, that there is still some levels of, I would call, archaic legislation happening. And again, there are calls then for reform within the UK system in order to be able to address some of those issues and again, hopefully strengthen what is happening within the UK government against some of the turbulence that we have there. Certainly, one of the issues, Mr. President, is that of hereditary peers. I don't know if we recognize that hereditary peers still exist within the UK system. And hereditary peers is the notion of people with titles of duke. Mr. President, I read those classic books, and you have all of these fancy titles that you, and I think there's what was it, Bridgerton? That everybody loves so much. I would have brought back some of that, and the dukes and the earls and all of those things. Mr. President, those still exist within the UK system. It was only in 2024 that we saw the passage of legislation to actually move the notion of hereditary peers, people who based on their titles could actually still sit and vote in the House of Lords. And again, large movements around how does the UK ensure that, again, as a modern democracy, respond and deal with some of those traditional and archaic procedures within its system. So that parliamentary reform is happening now, that there are a number of different pulses for it. And I would suggest that within Barbados, it's no different. It's no different in terms of how we engage that discussion about reform. But it's also couched, Mr. President, in a larger discussion, at least for this government. Within the Division of Culture, all of the work that we are doing, for instance, in terms of the establishment of monuments, renaming of streets, Mr. President, if you look out the windows there, you will see the Monument of the Family. Right across the street on the other side, we have the Granville Williams bus terminal. All of that, Mr. President, was an effort in order to make sure that we establish signposts so that Barbadians can feel that they have some level of ownership. These fields and hills, Mr. President, and how they belong to us is, yes, a lot about economic enfranchisement, but also as well, it is about the establishment of structures, again, changing of procedures, so that, again, people feel that they belong. So that the effort is a larger one and should not necessarily be seen as standing on its own, standing within the context of, yes, a maturing republic, but also as well in a wider context about national identity as well. And Mr. President, one of the things that, again, I'm extremely passionate about, as I saw in the proposals from the Commission, again, was that notion of national MPs. That notion of national MPs. And I note, as we've reflected on, that this might be an issue for which, there's much debate and consternation because, again, change is hard. But there are a number of jurisdictions that have undertaken this notion of national MPs, and it arises, again, as we've heard, around the need to make sure, again, that we are as inclusive as possible. Mr. President, again, when I was elected to the University of the West Indies, there are so many, Mr. President, bright, I'm not just bright in terms of academics, but people who have so much to say and so much to give to Barbados. But very often they don't want to be involved in the political process itself. And so we are losing out on those persons who can add, and those persons not only within the University of the West Indies, Mr. President, but those persons right across Barbados in different sectors who can add to the debate, who can add to the discussion, who have much to say, who can broaden representation. And the notion of the national MPs allows us to be able to do just that, to take advantage of those persons who perhaps are not good or don't see themselves as being good, don't want to get involved in the cut and thrust of the political process, again, but who can still offer much to the national development and to voice and to representation. And I think that primarily, that is what that notion of national MPs is about, broadening the base. And even as we attempt to debate and discuss how it will happen and how it will shape up, I'm hoping, Mr. President, that as we do so, that it makes space for what I've heard across the table for this afternoon, for different cross-sections of Barbadians to be heard and to be included. Mr. President, I can see national MPs being represented of the Rastafarian groups who have a loud voice and much to say as well. That we again can see this is another avenue for women to be involved, depending on how we devise, how we select those national MPs. So again, that we broaden representation for those groups that might be missing right now within this space, Mr. President. And Mr. President, just as I am passionate about that notion of the national MPs, I'm also passionate about the notion of the right of recall. It was a little bit disappointing for me, Mr. President, that the Commission did not go further with this notion of the right of recall. It is not something, to be fair, there are a number, again, of jurisdictions that have done it. We have Mexico, we have Ecuador, we have the UK, some parts of Canada. It happens at provincial levels. It happens at different levels. People have created different caveats for it. For instance, in British Columbia, in Canada, you have to have 40% of the persons living within the area who want to be able to bring that petition for the right of recall. In some other jurisdictions, it is about whether or not the person has been convicted, whether or not the person is acting, Mr. President, in contrary to good faith and so on, so that we can build the necessary caveats about it, so that the fear of it being influenced either by fringe groups, etc., can be managed. But fundamentally, when you go across Barbados, Barbadians are asking for more accountability for those who put themselves up to serve them. And that right of recall to be able to say that the person that I have put my faith in no longer carries that faith for whatever reason, Mr. President, I believe is fundamental. Fundamental. And it is perhaps that stretch of where we need to go in keeping faith with our citizens, in making ourselves accountable, and being able to say to those very people, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem if I don't have your faith anymore. And you're asking me to step aside, Mr. President. That's the ultimate. And that is perhaps also the ultimate in terms of accountability for us. That we know that the very people, again, that we attempt to serve can say to us, do better, do better. And I think, again, that this is one of the things, again, like I said, a little disappointed that we didn't have a broader recommendations around it and a deeper search for ways in which that we could attend to this. And this is also my similar sentiment, Mr. President, in relation to the issue of crossing of the floor. I depart, Mr. President, from Senator Maynard. I believe, again, that the very tenets of true democracy would suggest that the people who cross the floor, Mr. President, if you are elected, you campaign under a political party and a leader who in most instances would have carried you through that election, Mr. President, would have helped you secure that victory, Mr. President. And especially, Mr. President, if you are offering poor representation to your constituency, and then you cross the floor in the name of said constituency for which you have withdrawn your representation. It is an absolute flaw, Mr. President, in the democratic process. An absolute flaw in the democratic process. And again, one of those things that I believe that we fail to stretch ourselves in. Our history does not show, Mr. President, this is something that happens a lot. But we must have safeguards because, again, we're not making laws for now, we're making for the future. That we don't have people who will use the crossing of the floor in an opportunistic way. Opportunistic way, Mr. President. And again, betray the trust of those persons who have elected them. Mr. President, I have some level of personal experience because the area that I am attempting to represent, that is what I hear on the ground from the said constituents. It is a feeling of absolute betrayal, Mr. President, that is personal for them. That the person who came in under a particular banner did not even have the decency to come back to them to say, listen, I have a difference, and therefore, but that you could simply get across the floor, but still represent said constituency. Mr. President, I think that there is a fundamental flaw, and while I hear the argument that the electoral process will take care of that, but imagine this scenario, Mr. President, that happens immediately after an election, and that constituency or area is then left without little representation, poor representation, or no representation for another 5 years because of that crossing of the floor, and that representative can sit, can speak, even get paid, Mr. President, but don't necessarily have any connection with the people who elected them for that time. And I think this is what is one of the things, again, as a mature democracy that then we then have to be able to contend with if we are to keep faith with our citizens, keep faith with that whole notion of democracy, parliamentary democracy, and so on as well. Mr. President, I want to close on two things. One, and just very quickly, because it's been discussed quite extensively by Senator Trimp, youth participation. Mr. President, I grew up as a youth advocate. I was the first youth representative in a global organization called Civicus. At that time, Civicus was probably like about 5 years with a budget of perhaps like about $5 million USD, which is a lot of money at that time when I was the youth representative there. I was also the first youth representative as well to sit on the International Planned Parenthood Federation board as well, and a number of different firsts that had to do with youth representation. And it always struck me that I could do that globally. Be the first, be young, speak, participate in international organizations with $1 billion budgets, and have people look at me with a level of confidence. But here in Barbados, youth participation was still something to be contended with. That there was a level of ageism in terms of how we treated to young people and their voice, either as an irritant or either as something that we pat them on their head and say, you know, thank you, you're young, we appreciate your voice, but then move on to ignore. And I think again that if we pride ourselves so much in our educational system, Mr. President, if we pride ourselves so much in our social development and our people, we often say our people are our greatest assets, but at the same time, some people are exempt in terms of how we elevate their participation and their voice. It presents us with a tremendous contradiction. It presents us with a tremendous contradiction. They are exceptionally brilliant young people, just like how we have done in the educational system, and say we will not stop you if you are 10 years and you want to be able to do the 11 plus. Mr. President, why then do we have a difficulty here within our parliamentary process with reducing the age of eligibility? I do not understand, Mr. President. I believe it's an exceptionally great contradiction. That I don't know how we contend. I don't know how we have faith, again, with our young people. The level of voter apathy, particularly from our young people, is something that we have to take very seriously. Mr. President, again, as I offer the best caretaker representation that I can for the area that I'm attempting to represent, one of the things that I have noted as I walked about, and I would say a little bit shocking for me, is the number of people, first of all, not even young people yet, who have never participated in the electoral process. Never. I've met 40-year-olds, 30-something-year-olds who have never voted once, Mr. President, in their entire life. Never once. People generally. And then young people who have absolutely no interest. I don't care what this politics thing. I understand this politics thing. I never vote and I'm voting. There's nothing there for me. I know what about, etc. Which is not just about education. Is that they see themselves disenfranchised from the process, not included and not connected. And unless we make specific efforts in order to be able to do so, we will continue, Mr. President, to establish in Barbados and perhaps elsewhere a system in which these very same young people see themselves so far removed, again, that we then buy into this notion of a building subculture of people who are not involved in any way in the same political process that is to represent them. And I think, again, like I said, that we have to be very deliberate. We have to show trust within the process as well, Mr. President. My final thing, Mr. President, as I close, because I don't think I can stand on my feet and not speak to the issue of women and women's participation in the process. Again, from my work in civil society and working with women, I just want to say one thing briefly. You know, we do a lot of things, Mr. President, sometimes at the very structural level. So we can say okay to the establishment of quotas at this level. What I am concerned about, though, is the entrenchment of gender disparity within the society and the continuation of doing so. So that if we say yes to women's political participation, my next question is always then, how do we ensure that we have then downstream structures so that it's not just that they find themselves here, but they also find themselves on boards, basic level, just on other boards, other mechanisms. How do we make sure that women have power and more power within their households, Mr. President? More economic power, Mr. President. The same women largely make up entrepreneurs who can't go to the bank and get loans. So how do we address that and deal with that? There is a suggestion, Mr. President, that when we have more women in Parliament, that then we should see a higher correlation of policies, etc., that benefit women. But that also as well have to come with a process of education, a process of sensitivity, because not all women are gender sensitive. I can put that out there. Not all women are gender sensitive. And so that notion of how we treat to women's political participation, I believe has to be part of a broader discussion of how we treat to women's and women's equality throughout society. The Beijing Platform of Action, which asks for that 30% level of women's participation, didn't only call for that. It called for gender mainstreaming in multiple ways, Mr. President. And I hope that we use the discussion and the focus of this to have a wider look at how we involve women in decision-making on a whole. There are, Mr. President, political parties whose history of the treatment of women within the party structure itself, despite I think we've heard here, that they make up, in the most part, the large majority of the party machinery. They're the ones who go out, they're the ones who canvass, who can be the secretaries, who can be everything in there, the mopping, the cleaning, the organizing, the doing everything, frying fish cakes, organizing the parties and the fiestas and all of that. But somehow, they are never able to rise to the party hierarchy. I don't know if I heard somebody say that something them the street and lock them out. I don't know, sorry, Mr. President, I was just repeating something that I thought I heard from the floor. Pardon?
I don't know my floor. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I've heard a lot of asides that are, a little bit disruptive, but I understand the reflection of the treatment of women in certain political parties. Not all political parties, Mr. President. Not in the Barbados Labour Party, but certain other parties, Mr. President, here. So, again, Mr. President, I think the issue is, one here, yes, to ensure women's political representation within the parliamentary system, but again, to take a deeper look at the other levels for the treatment of women and women's equality. Mr. President, I'm obliged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I'm indeed grateful for the opportunity to participate in a debate on the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission. Sir, I will say from the outset that I was very happy to listen to the contribution of Her Honor, the Deputy President, who served on that commission and in a large way contributed to the process that led to this report under consideration. Sir, it is no secret that I served on the other commission that was established by the government, the Constitutional Reform Commission. And in my capacity as Deputy Chairman, I've had the opportunity, and I certainly have used the several Wednesdays over the last 2 years to engage with Her Honor Senator Thompson on issues of commonality where we can achieve these. And certainly it led to the two commissions meeting. I will say that the reports don't dovetail in all material respects. In fact, there are several instances where both commissions have gone in different directions. But this report represents, to my mind, a very useful analytical tool where we are as a political democracy in Barbados. Already, institution of parliament is to take place within the context of Barbados. And sir, like the last senator who spoke, Senator Monroe, Dr. Monroe-Knight, I believe that the process of political reform, or I should say parliamentary reform, leading the whole process of political reform, has to be contextualized within the context of the republic that we now live in. This is the second parliament of our parliamentary republic, or the second Republican parliament. And it is not to be underscored, in my view, the role of parliamentary reform in that exercise. Sir, I want to say from the outset that there is a link between the process of emancipation, freedom, independence, and the future. There is a link. The process of liberation and freedom and the future is part of our journey as a people. And the Republic of Barbados is an affirmation and an embrace of that connection. And I want to distinguish myself from the point made by Senator Malu about the mace of Parliament. The mace is the symbol of the authority of the Parliament of Barbados. The mace carries not only the Latin inscriptions speaking about the imperial Britain that was, the representing and dominant ethos of the people who designed that as their mace, but it also carries the image of the crown. That is not the feature of the society in which we live in, and ought not to be the symbol of who we are as a people. And sir, we are witnessing right now, in the world, a crisis of imagination in relation to the concept of freedom and independence and sovereignty. A crisis of imagination that leads us to not see the concept of our development and our future within proper context. And sir, as a student of the process of political philosophy and its application to Caribbean problems, I can tell you that the competing philosophies of capitalism and socialism that we had to study in the 1990s are battling to emerge from a deep systemic crisis that cannot explain properly the social and economic problems and how we resolve those problems as a political institution that's part of the development of our country and as our region. Sir, we understand and accept that the Parliament has had a critical role in the decolonial process. Universal adult suffrage was born here in our Parliament after a long fight for that start. There was a long line between emancipation and universal adult suffrage. It led to independence, self-government. But the decolonial Parliament is where I want to focus my contribution to this report and to examine the report's recommendations within the concept of a Parliament that speaks to decolonial and a disconnection with that past, which is important, which brings the link between, as I said, the process of freedom and emancipation and independence as a continuing effort for a people who were once dismembered from the international community, but who are now remembered, reordered within the context of the development of the issues surrounding our place in the world. We do that from the safety of a parliamentary republic in our own image. And that is where I want to speak about parliamentary reform. So the decolonial Parliament is a re-emerging, it is re-emerging, sir, within the crisis of imagination about freedom, development, and the future. Sir, if you take any of the dominant social, political theories that were applied to colonial societies or post-colonial societies, structuralism, if you want to take the functionalist perspective, or postmodernism, if you wanted to delve more deeply into critical analysis, they cannot currently now explain the range of social and economic political problems that we have in our society. They cannot explain the disconnect between what young people in the society are facing and their inability to sign on to what we consider to be standard political and social economic goals of a people. Why are they not connecting with these things? And I would like to say that we have not completed the process of decolonization. We have sought independence, and it was aimed at liberating a colonized people from imperial power. So we have our own legal and political independence. And to some extent, we have succeeded in pushing back the physical empire and assuming our own governance. But we were not able to separate ourselves from the crown. Behind you sits or stands or rests the chairs which represented the imperial throne before we were the republic. And there were once pictures of Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh when I first came here, as a symbol of what we were as the essence of a people, our head of state. So we were, to some extent, able to push back the physical empire, but we were not able to push back the metaphysical empire. The view that our independence represented an opportunity for us to stand in the world as our own people, a people who were once dismembered, but who are now remembered, who are reordered within a global society. So parliamentary reform, Mr. President, is not tokenism. Parliamentary reform must, in my respectful submission, in this second Republican Parliament, take on a deliberate consciousness to deal with the remnants of the metaphysical empire that still exists. To deal, sir, with the concept that we have to accept the political institutions inherited from the British 50, 60, 70 years onwards without change, without asking ourselves the fundamental political questions as to whether the parliamentary system that we have, the parliamentary system that we inherited, the parliamentary system that we adopted at independence, whether it is fit for purpose. Any child who asks the question, why don't Barbadians vote for their prime minister? The only answer we can satisfactorily give them is that we have a political system that we inherited from the British, and that is how it is. But if we're speaking about the true parliamentary republic, if we're speaking about democracy in its truest sense, explain what appears to be a paradox. That the head of government, the government which is elected by the people of Barbados, the head of that government is not elected by the people. But we've adopted a political system and we have not questioned it. We have failed to examine Westminster, as we call it, and the promise of independence, that continuity that, as I said, started the process of freedom and liberation, universal that suffers independence, and as to whether that political system within the context of the times that we live in gives true effect to democratic sovereignty. I don't share the narrow view of independence, Mr. President, that just the mere taking down of the Union Jack and the raising of the trident represented the end of the journey. I don't share that view. My view is more akin to Sir Larry Constantine, who, in the essence of his autobiography, Cricket and I, speaking about cricket, and you know, sir, the metaphors that I will use in respect to cricket should not surprise anyone in the chamber. But he said in 1933, almost 100 years ago, cricket is the most glaring example of a black man being kept in his place. And that is the first thing we will have to change. So the basis of revolution and change in the social and political order in our society was started on the cricket field by one of the first great revolutionaries of the Caribbean social political order. Though not a politician in the Trinidad, in his native Trinidad, he was a politician in Britain. He went to the House of Lords, the same House of Lords that was mentioned in this debate. But I want to broaden the political manifesto of the cricketers and people that followed him, like a man like Sir Frank Worrell, who should be a national hero of this country. But if he were to tell Barbadians his political philosophy on education, on nationalism, West Indian nationalism, and fighting the imperial power, using the very game that the English taught us, the very game from which colonial peoples were excluded. Because when he was playing for the West Indies in 1948, when he made his debut, he could not even vote in Barbados. But they represented a nation imagined, a people imagined, a colonial people, taking the colonial institutions and showing the world that we were people too. So I can't buy and subscribe to the view that 1966 represented the summit, the apex, the end of the political journey. Particularly living in a world which is seeing all that Constantine and world fought for, and Adams and Barrow and all the great freedom fighters that stood in our parliament being peeled back. We have reached a crisis of imagination in our society. And the political theories and the social economic modes of production that have been explained to us cannot satisfactorily map out the way we are to go. Mr. President, decolonization, or what some political theorists call decoloniality, is a process that starts with the search for a new base by those excluded people, those subjectivities that were displaced, the language of the people, the music of the people, the drums, the rhythm of the Caribbean peoples that could not be given place within the context of colonial society, and still face, sir, ridiculed and narrow subjectivities in terms of their cultural expressions and understandings. That is part of the parliamentary reform process, sir. We must put Westminster under the microscope. And we must ask ourselves how in this parliamentary republic, a new stance, a new perch, a new way to look at the world, we can launch ourselves into a world that is more humane, that is more inclusive and responsive to the needs of our people. How can a dismembered people be remembered? How can they relaunch themselves into a world from non-being into a world of being? That is how I see the process of parliamentary reform. And sir, to my good friend Senator Malin, colonialism was not just an unfortunate episode. It was a global process of dismemberment. It was a process of domination. Colonialism was a process of control. It was a process of exploitation. The colonial mace has no place within a Republican Parliament. It is not just a question of trying to quiet the past. How can a dismembered people be remembered? At the center of the decolonial constitution is the remembered people. We have to be able now, through our political institutions, through our parliament, regain our voice, regain our land, not only our rights, R-I-G-H-T-S, but our R-I-T-E-S within the context of the society. Our knowledge, our people, our culture, and our power. So that, Mr. President, for those who think that this is a question of addressing and going down through the parliamentary processes and picking here we change not. This institution that we need to build, we need to reinforce against the cultural and racial hurricanes that come from outside, against the wedge issues that are meant to come down like tablets on stone and divide us on the basis of religion, on the basis of religious point of view and doctrinal point of view. These are the things that we need to guard against. You know, Mr. President, I heard the criticism today from the lone opposition spokesperson who is unsurprisingly not in his seat, that he would have hoped that we would have had a Republican constitution before we had the Republic. Now, Mr. President, I've said this in serious places, in other places, that no serious thought leader in constitutional law anywhere in the world has questioned the Barbados Republic and the constitutional status that we adopted on November 30th, 2021. No serious scholar. I know that is not necessarily the view of the hundreds of constitutional experts who dominate the airwaves every day. But I would want to say that, in essence, we have had a Republican Constitution since 1966. And I will explain why. But I will also make the point, Mr. President, to say that we have not been able to satisfactorily explain the contradiction that in having a Republican Constitution, the head of our state was the British monarch sitting on a throne. And that laws passed by this democratically elected parliament, which we were so proud of, were passed by the Queen's most excellent majesty. And that the signature of the Governor General was a signature of her representative. So we've had that contradiction. That is not even a paradox, Mr. President, from 1966 to 2021. And the fact that we who have gone on that journey, and you see there is a mischief that has been about for a long time that will seek to disconnect the relationship, as I said, between freedom, emancipation, liberation, independence, universal adult suffrage, and the defense of the Republic. Sir, a Republican democracy is not a democracy that is under the headship of a Republican Party. For those who might not understand the true and proper context of the word republic or Republican within the context of what we're talking about, a Republican constitutional democracy is a representative system of government bound by one important thing, that is a constitution. A constitution that limits the power of government to protect people and the rights of people. The limits and extent of government and how it's organized is defined by the Constitution. And there are several principles we understand. The rule of law, representative government, popular sovereignty, limited government, the protection of rights. These are all part and parcel of the political system under a Republican Constitution. So as I would want to assure Senator Worrell that the Constitution of Barbados at present guarantees that we have a true Republican Constitution and a true Republican system of government without the contradiction that our head of state is somebody else's head of state. Because in a republic, a monarchical system of government where the monarch can inherit the throne and therefore the headship of the state is at the very least at variance to the concept of a democracy ruled by people who elect their representatives. So that contradiction was removed in 2021. That loitering at Buckingham has been removed. So that when we speak about the Republican Constitution and the parliamentary system that is part of that, we talk about the rule of law. Government authorities derived from the constitutional grand norm. The ethos of the Republic serves as the supreme law of the land. We've had that since 1966. All officials are bound by the principles of the Constitution and not acting to their own arbitrary means. Representative government, we've had that since 1951. People elect representatives to make decisions and pass laws on their behalf. Popular sovereignty. The ultimate source of power is people. And I want us to understand, Mr. President, that in all of the recommendations and considerations of the Commission, we must weigh them up against these things. The rule of law, representative government, and popular sovereignty. We hear things about we should have fixed date for election. We should not have short term. What is wrong with going to the people ever so often to renew that sovereignty, the basis on which government ultimately has the authority to act in the name of the people? But that is another question for another time. Mr. President, limited government. The Constitution limits government's powers. There's a system of checks and balances that has to operate. There are 3 branches of government. Some even say there are now 4, because there's the executive, which runs the day-to-day operations of the state. There's the legislative, which passes the laws, which states the extent of everyone's powers. And then there's the judiciary, which interprets the law and ensures not only the laws passed by Parliament are fairly applied, but that the law of the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, is at all times observed. But there are also independent oversight branches that are neither executive or legislative, that are equally important within the context of maintaining the sovereignty and the solvency of the political process. I speak of, for example, an institution like the Auditor General, mentioned in our Constitution, given constitutional protection, cannot be fired by the executive. But yet we have not found a way to institutionalize that office in a meaningful way to serve the interests of the people. We hear complaints from that office that it cannot even find qualified people to come into the government service to do audit work, to deal with the several emanations of the state, which has grown larger and larger, because people will stay in the private sector and make more money. But this important work still has to be done. But these independent oversight bodies are important to ensure that the parliamentary process and Parliament as an institution can function. Now, sir, one of the things that I want to say here today is that I serve on the Public Accounts Committee representing this House, the Senate. It's over a year it has not met. Over a year it has not met. The leader of the opposition has refused to call a single meeting of the Public Accounts Committee in over a year. That is not good enough. He should not have that option. If it were up to me, we should have, in the process of parliamentary reform, elevated this institution by way of constitutional protection. Because right now, it is not a feature of the Constitution of Barbados. Its ethos originated in the Standing Orders of Parliament, and in 2003, by an act of Parliament, it was recreated as a parliamentary committee. Any government can come to office and abolish the Public Accounts Committee Act. But if we were to institutionalize it within the context of the Constitution of Barbados, Mr. President, it would mean that you would need a constitutional majority in order to interfere with it. But I also believe, Mr. President, that when we speak about popular sovereignty, and when we speak about the concept, Mr. President, of limited government, where there's a system of checks and balances, it is time that the Public Accounts Committee functions in a way that does not allow a politician to manipulate its processes. If you can't get your way in the committee, you're calling the meeting, but this is not George Street. He cannot even get his opposition senator to nominate the other one as the deputy chairman. Sat mute. The independents on the committee didn't even run to his rescue. He bellowed and hollered hard. But this is what we have come to. So if we talk about parliamentary reform, how is it that a central committee of the Parliament of Barbados is held to ransom at the mercy of the leader of the opposition? If the work is too much for him, imagine he gave a government far less a ministry to deal with. Mr. President, a parliamentary republic also has to protect the will and the rights, not only of the majority, but of the minority. In essence, it is counter-majoritarian. So, in essence, I want to assure those people that when we talk about the reform of our parliament, we are not doing so constitutionally naked. It is clothed in essence within the context of a strong constitution. Now, sir, I alluded to the fact earlier that we label our political system a Westminster system. One of the first things I learned over 30 years ago, sir, as a young student, Professor Carnegie, Ralph Carnegie, said that when we speak of the Westminster system or Westminster model constitutions, we are not even being lawyers. In fact, we're not nearly being social scientists or political scientists. We are only being poets. Our system is not a Westminster system. We lack too many of the institutional structures that support Westminster. Large backbench, large parliamentary opposition, operation by way of conventions that are flexible, that can move to deal with systems. We have codified our conventions into constitutional order. And in that process, there's some ossification of the convention which doesn't have the ability to be flexible. That is why they couldn't do with Sandy after he lost the vote and no confidence, but they didn't get the requisite vote according to Section 65 of the Constitution. Mr. President, I believe it's time for us to embrace the concept of full-time parliamentarians. This work that we do is not part-time. It is important. The legislative work and the agenda of the government, especially this Barbados Labour Party administration, is robust. Mr. President, we need national MPs. Not every person who can contribute to the evaluation of public policy, the creation of public policy, and laws and debate resolutions should have to meet the popular contest of a specific enclave. But this society is mature enough to make a determination as to those persons who have intrinsic merit, value, and worth that can contribute to this national exercise of parliamentary work. Mr. President, I believe that the concept of national MPs is a good start coming from the Commission. We have to find a way to institutionalize that and to give a voice to those persons who themselves might not come through the political party process. Indeed, I feel that even if we were to elect the Senate, we reserve a space for those NGOs who are not affiliated to the political process, but who average Barbadians can vote and say, well, we want them to represent. Rather than saying arbitrarily business, religion, and trade unions, and leaving it to the head of state to pick the CMO persons that represent those institutions, but give the people a say. Examine the so-called Westminster system that you have, but in the context of securing and shoring up the democracy. ask ourselves the questions. Let us begin the discussion or continue the discussion started by this Parliamentary Reform Commission report 2024. It shouldn't go on the shelf. This should be an ongoing conversation as to how we build out the structure of our state. Alavi and others have said that we had a overdeveloped post-colonial state because we adopted a system that didn't match level of economic activity in the society. But these are the central and important questions that this report begs us to consider, Mr. President. And I will want to associate myself with the good work that was done by this commission in bringing these issues to the attention, and I'm obliged to you for the opportunity to participate in this debate. I am grateful.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It has been a full debate, a robust and an extensive debate, and a lot of ground has been covered. Certainly, I want to begin then by asking all senators to join me in commending the most honorable Senator Thompson, not just for her work on the commission, but for her detailed presentation here on the report, which has allowed members of the Honorable Senate to be in a position to delve more deeply into the deliberations that helped to form the basis of the report that we are considering here today in this resolution. Thank you on behalf of a grateful nation, and thank you on behalf of the Senate, Senator Thompson. I want also to express appreciation to the Leader of Opposition Business for his ready willingness to facilitate the extended time given to Senator Thompson for the purpose of that elaboration. We could not have had that presentation without your collaboration and your support, and you did not hesitate once I asked to say yes. So thank you for that, Senator Worrell. So, Mr. President, I just want to, in response to a few queries that were raised, as is my custom, attempt to respond to some of those things. I believe that in the course of the actual presentations, as they evolved, some of the answers were actually provided, but there are a few things that I want to just speak about. Senator Kevin Boyce, when he raised the question of online voting for the Senate, just to recall, for those of us who were here in 2018, you would recall that when, during COVID, a decision was made in the other place to move to a virtual setting. It was at the time that we were in Worthing, in temporary accommodation, and there were distancing rules and requirements that required for the other place to be split almost, to allow for all persons to be present both online and in person. The Senate, because we had at the time a different numerical composition, it did not require for us to have that distance. All of us could have been accommodated in the Worthing facility without and at the distancing requirements at the time. And so at that point in time, the Senate did not make the shift for the purposes of COVID. However, the commission did consider the recommendations on its merit. With or without COVID, the commission did consider that, and there were a number of recommendations that were there. So the recommendations of the commission did introduce guardrails as well. It talked about the number of sittings that you could attend virtually. It talked about constituting a quorum with the persons who were here. It talked about exemptions for ill health, and it also talked about the way in which you can have your virtual sessions while the Senate is in session. So you can't, for example, you're in your car, you're driving, and you are having your meeting, but you have to be in a quiet space where no one else is present. Your attire is important. All of those things are covered in the report. But the broader point that was being made in the presentation is about the integration of technology and the work of Parliament, and that is covered in fairly great detail in the actual report of the Parliamentary Commission. It talks about things like virtual attendance to the broader digital agenda, allowing laptops and so on for legitimate parliamentary work. prohibiting the misuse of devices while the Senate and while the other place are in session, so that you're not being disruptive to the actual sitting of the session. Broadcasting committee meetings and those kinds of things, but also ultimately developing a hybrid parliament. So those things are very well captured in the actual presentation by the commission. I wanted to answer that. The second question that I wanted to answer was specifically relating to Senator Linda Nurse. Some of the answers came out in the earlier presentation and other presentations from other members, specifically related to the treatment of previous former prime ministers. So yes, there is a recognition that there needs to be better treatment. I certainly know of the late Owen Seymour Arthur. At his time working in the University of West Indies, our offices were adjacent to each other, and I know what it was like sitting in my office and watching him walk across the car park, particularly after having had his surgery on his foot and having a toe removed and not having designated parking and having to figure out where he would park, how he would get from the distance to the car park, especially if there was an event at the University of the West Indies and he did not have the ability to have the deference afforded to his office, even in simple things in his day-to-day work that should have accompanied the office of former Prime Minister, certainly a man who had served as Prime Minister for 15 years. And so the Commission recommended that a number of formal arrangements should be codified, continued protocol recognition of former Prime Ministers at national and state events, the retention of certain courtesies and privileges, but most importantly, and what did not come out in the responses during the course of the debate, was that, as was done with Owen Arthur, that needs to be done going forward. Owen Arthur, as many of us who knew him know, he was a meticulous record keeper. His speeches, his parliamentary papers, his cabinet papers, those things he kept in pristine condition. They were donated to the University of the West Indies for the creation of a library where young professionals, young politicians would be able to have access to them. That office is there at the university, and the resources have been provided for an assistant to assist in getting those records in order. This commission's report speaks about ensuring that former prime ministers have a modestly staffed and resourced office, principally for things like correspondence, research, and of course, the ceremonial duties, but also enshrining in our structure that which was done for a single prime minister on a discretionary basis for all prime ministers. We've spoken already about pensions and benefits, and that's being spoken about, but the commission went on to cover a couple of things that we didn't speak about. How should former prime ministers continue to have a role in national life, public diplomacy, for example, having a role on advisory and mentorship roles, and then, of course, institutionalizing in principle the respect for those persons who have held the country's highest political office. And so these are some of the things that I wanted to add. And then Senator Linda Nurse, he raised, and others raised, some concerns, and rightfully so, as did Senator Monique Tate, about research capacity, as well as the work of the legislation, how we treat to our laws, preparing for debates, and so on. And I want to correct an often felt and often held notion that persons who sit on the government side have assistance with preparing reports. Trust me when I tell you that in order for me, even as leader of government business, to stand here week after week and prepare, I had better run my ministry, deal with my cabinet papers, and prepare for Senate in the same way on my own. There is no help for us to do it. And so we have to do it the same way everyone else does it. And so as leader of government business, certainly for me, I would have to say, I had better know every piece of the documentation that is related to the sitting and also broader government policy so that when questions come up, I'm in a position to answer. There is no help for any of us. So we certainly support the recommendation for research assistance and support for the sittings of the Senate. We certainly support that. So we don't get to not speak. Certainly I don't get to not speak. So I must always prepare in addition to whatever else it is you're doing. So we support that. The recommendation of the commission then is that you should have limited research support specifically for opposition members and backbenchers. They also recommended that the management commission should take some responsibility for undertaking a thorough review of Parliament's research and library facilities. So for example, you see how I was able then, I had to, in response to your questions, go back through my notes in the report and be in a position to find where it was in order to be able to give the answers. That's stuff you have to do while sitting here and managing, listening to all of the presentations to then be in a position to respond. We absolutely can benefit from the research support. There's also a recommendation that Parliament should have additional support for research in the person of 4 research officers, 2 assigned to each house, one to the Senate and 1 in the other place. And so there was a minority view, and that minority view was coming not from this time our deputy president, but from another person who sat on the committee who felt that this should be a discretionary role assigned to the Parliament. So that is there. And then finally, on the question raised by Senator Tate about the legislative agenda, there's an extensive section in the document which talks about the consolidation of laws and legislative reform. We all have talked about it, we all have experienced it, and in the absence of research support, we are navigating the same challenges. If we're making amendments to legislation, we have to find the principal legislation. We don't know which one is which, we have to be able to figure out when amendments were made, and that doesn't necessarily come easily. And so the Commission said a couple of things. It said that the complex and often fragmented nature of legislation, with many of the statutes overlapping and outdated, have made it difficult. Many of them have not been revised for decades, and they made a number of recommendations. I spoke about one of them in my opening. One, which is the transfer of the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel to Parliament from the Office of the Attorney General, and it attempts to integrate 3 of the entities in a joint oversight mechanism. The Office of the CPC, parliamentary-based, the Law Reform Commission, and the Clerk of Parliament's office. These are the recommendations of the Parliamentary Commission in response to the queries raised by some of the members here on the relationship between law reform, access to laws, and the ability to have the research capability. So the fact that digitization and access to laws and the use of technology has been mentioned throughout the report. This is also applicable to this particular area. And then it makes a recommendation that I do want to make reference to here. It says that they recommend that there be a reconstituted Parliamentary Regulations and Legislations Committee, which takes responsibility for reviewing subordinate legislation and draft statutory instruments, monitoring the implementation of laws and the expiry of sunset clauses, and then finally, overseeing law revision and consolidation schedules to ensure ongoing compliance. So these are the questions that I wanted to respond to. I do have 2 comments in support of the recommendations made by Senator Paris for the education support for members of the Senate. We do have an orientation, is what I would say, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a training when we first start. And so the introduction of a proper and a full training program for senators is something that I think can very much be supported. And then Senator Trim and Senator Chantal Monroe-Knight, in speaking about people and women, those were important contributions, and I want to thank them for that. And then finally, on the question of the right of recall, it is something that the Commission did opine on. The report is well covered. I think we can recall at least 2 instances where we acknowledge that a person runs for political office oftentimes under the banner and with the support in all its forms of a given political party. And we have seen as persons move from one political party to the next, the identical individual running under the banner of a political party, what their fortunes are, and shifting to another political party, that can become something entirely different. Or if it is that you shift and you run as an independent, that's a different creature altogether. And so you cannot separate, certainly in the view of Senator Monroe-Knight, and I think many of us also share that view, an individual who has run under the banner of a political party, having them cross the floor, they are not necessarily reflective of how people voted on their behalf. And they are not recognizing, in many instances, that it was the support and the coattails of a given political party that took them where they were initially and then shifted. And so, Mr. President, these are the comments that I would want to respond to. I want to thank all the honorable members who have spoken, and with these words, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass. Senator, I'm sorry, I forgot to say also that Senator Nichols, with the crisis of imagination, has deconstructed and reconstructed the Constitution of Barbados and the evolution of our republic, and I really want to thank him for his contribution and his thought leadership on this debate. With these words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that the resolution that the Parliament of Barbados take note of the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission 2024 and its recommendations do not pass. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. The ayes have it. This resolution is not passed.
Mr. President, it's been a long day, and having concluded government's business for today, I beg to move that the Senate do adjourn sine die.
The question is that the Honourable Senate do now adjourn sine die. Will the honourable members in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. The ayes have it. Senate is therefore adjourned sine die.